Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everybody. Come on in the room. Come on in the room. We got shit to do. Okay. Let's see. We have greetings, Balance, baby. How you doing? Girl. All right, for y'all coming in the room. My name is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, which is a religious 501c3 based out of Los Angeles, California, with supporters all over the globe. Yep. Yeah, there it is. And so, greetings, Angelica. How you doing, boo? Yes. So we have a lot to discuss today. And today, I am going to be extremely methodical. I am going to be extremely disciplined, as I have not been the last 3 lives, because there's so much to tell you. Okay? It's a lot. And so, but today I am going to make a commitment, as we are here on the eve of this Aquarius new moon, that for those of you who are on the Pacific coast is at 4:36 a.m. And for those of you that are on the Eastern coast, I believe that is 7:36 a.m. So it is quickly approaching. And let's see. Yeah. All right. So y'all come on in the room now. Come on in the room. Okay. So we have a lot to do today. I'm going to be talking to you about the significance of this coming new moon and how you can plug into the power that is tomorrow's new moon. For those of you that tuned in yesterday, hopefully you have been taking my advice about being deliberate in terms of what you consume this week via social media. Because just like I told you, I'm going to pay attention mildly, moderately, because I just know what's coming down the pike. And I want to be able to help you bypass a lot of bullshit. You feel me? Let's see. All right. So before we get started, I was trying to wait for a few more people to come into the room, but I'm going to go ahead and get started. So let me tell you, for those of you who are new, for those of you who are unfamiliar, for those of you who don't know anything about me or about the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, I want to just tell you that there's a lot going on. There's a lot we're trying to accomplish. And there is a new paradigm that we're trying to establish, right? And that's why, I'll be honest, I've taken my time and I haven't been like self-abusive about the time that it's taken. The temple turned 2 years old on November 11th. And, you know, from outside looking in, there's a lot that we haven't done, that we haven't, quote, accomplished yet. But I don't self-abuse, because at the end of the day, the world that has to be the world that we have to create, all of us together, the world that we have to nurture as the midwives of the new age, has required like time and recovery and reflection and deep introspection and the establishment, not here, but in our flesh, of a new way of existing, of a new way of being, of a new way of feeling. And the powers that exist already in the world have been extremely diligent and methodical about ensuring that that does not happen. And so I'm saying all that because I want to start this uh, live that I'm doing for you, and I haven't been very disciplined or strict about it, but for definitely today I wanted to make sure that I read the conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Okay, for those of you who do not know why I call it a conspiracy, is because conspiracy means, etymologically, conspiracy means to breathe together a sacred oath to ensure a certain outcome. To breathe together a sacred oath to ensure a certain outcome. Certain as indefinite, certain as indefinitive, a certain outcome. To breathe together, right? So this is the conspiracy of evolutionary emergence. This is the overall theory that we have accepted and adopted is our role in the creation of the future right now, right? Because I'm going to read something else to you that is specific for this week that we're in, particularly this new moon that is looming over our heads in just a few hours. I, Cassandra-Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, am joining in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together now to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, ecstasy, and justice. This world exists because we collectively will it so now. We, as the representatives of the mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future right now. It is certainly as we speak it, Mommy and I are one. That's the conspiracy. Thought it was important to read that tonight, as it's been a long time. Now, maybe 2 days ago, I started thinking about this was borrowed. I made some adjustments, but I heard this guy speak the spell and I was instantly lit up. And so I thought I would share it with you. I couldn't find it on YouTube. I saw it come through on Instagram. So it is borrowed. I just made some adjustments to accommodate us, but I want to share this with you too. Okay. It is called the Reclaim. It's entitled Reclaim Our Power Through All Timelines. I say our. If you try to find it on IG, he called it Reclaim Your Power Through All Timelines. I'm calling it Reclaim Our Power. We're speaking together. And even if you don't know it, you can meditate with me, okay? Reclaim our power through all timelines. Through every portal across all time, I call back our power, or we call, let me keep adjusting while I'm even talking, okay? We call back, because this is the shit we have to do, y'all. I talked to y'all at length about this last night, so I'm not going to belabor it. Extra much. Yeah, I'll just do it like that. All right. Through every portal across all time, I call back my power. It's fully mine. Activate my gifts as the shadows fall. With unshakable strength, I rise above all. To those whom harm, to those who harm, control, or bind, erase their trace from space, time, and mind. Unravel their schemes, let their powers decay. Their evil dissolves, swept far away. By earth below and skies that burn, by shifting tides, my power returns. This conspiracy is cast, my dark energy expands. I reclaim my power with open hands. As above, so below, as within, so without. It is as I say, mommy and I are one. Okay? There's that. And now we can get started. Oh, one more thing I need to do because this is pretty much housekeeping stuff. All right, so I want to thank those people so far who have heeded the call. I'm going to reiterate it since it's been a couple of days. I told you that I am in a crisis situation. I'm going to start probably tonight if I can create like a what do you call it? Like a GoFundMe. I haven't, I haven't tried to until this week when I put it out here for you guys. I haven't really tried to reach out about how this fire in LA has impacted me. But now it's crunch time. And I've tried everything that I can on my own locally. Everybody's doing everything that they can. And now it's crunch time because even as they've created a rent moratorium for the city, nobody's attempting to enforce the moratorium. And so last week I got a notice that I need to vacate the premises or pay my rent in full. And even though the moratorium is about people, being able to avoid eviction if they're only a month late in rent, which I am, it didn't matter. I still got the notice. So those of you who have donated over the last, I think 3 days ago was when I put the call out. Those of you who have donated so far, I just want to shout you out and thank you. Those of you who have paid for readings from me, who have gotten readings from me, and then those of you who are local who have gotten services from me, like wellness services from me, I want to thank you for that. I want to reiterate for those of you who are just hearing this, that if you want to support what I am trying to do, which is to get myself out of this quagmire. I mean, between the two work, it's going on 3 weeks now that I haven't worked because of the fires. And then I only worked a week into the new year. I had walking pneumonia the last 2 weeks of December. And so now I'm behind. So those of you who want to support in any way that you can either donate, which I appreciate gratefully. You can donate or you can pay for services from me. So those services obviously is I do divination and readings. I also locally, I am a therapist. I put my hands on people. I work magic on people. Right. And so if you are local and need to get healing work done, I do have a space where that can happen. And you can inquire about details. For those of you who want to get a whole wellness, a 5 elements whole wellness consultation via Zoom, I can do that as well. I've done that for several people who have had extremely amazing outcomes, even though I cannot touch them. So that is something that you can get. That is a 2-hour consultation. It's a 1-hour consultation that you do with me, and it's thorough. And then I give you a write-up about what your diagnosis is, what your recommendations are, dietary and nutritional, herbs, any kind of herbs and formulas, nutraceuticals you need to take, and any kind of lifestyle changes you need to make to address whatever your current issue is. So if you need a 5 elements whole wellness consultation, if you need divination, then you can email me at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Okay. And I can tell you how to do that. If you want to make a contribution, if you just want to make a donation, then you can use that same email, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That you can make a Zelle donation. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. If you want to donate through Venmo, it is Cassandra Cassandra-Floyd, Cassandra with 2 S's, -Floyd. On Venmo, on PayPal, it is @Iapo Ngina. That's IYAPO NGINA. And then if you want to do Cash App, it is it's $DaughterOfTheFates. All of that information, for those of you who are watching via YouTube, is in the description below. Okay, all of the information on booking consultations or divination, all the information about making donations is in the description below this feed. Those of you who have already made donations, contributions, or gotten readings, and I told y'all last night, the readings yesterday were off the chain. Like, they were off the chart. Okay, so those of you who participated, thank you again. Really thank you again. Okay, so I just want to read out the names because the notifications I have on silent, just because it's really distracting. But when I see those notifications, I make sure to try to read them on the next live. So GJP, thank you for your donation. Chelsea J, Holly C, Savoy C, Jasmine H, Rose L, Queen, and Rosa K. Thank you so much for your contributions. They are really on time and greatly appreciated. And let's see if there's anything that I need off of here. And then with that, we're going to get right to it. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So I discussed a lot with you guys last night. I swore I was not going to be on this damn live last night for no long ass time, and still ended up being on here for 5 hours last night, and still didn't even get to what I intended to get to. So here we go. All right. So that everybody knows, and I'm assuming that's why you're tuned in, at least if you're tuned in via YouTube, because I did the the notification from there. All right. I got notes everywhere, Chad. I ain't got a text all day, and as soon as I get up on here, somebody gonna text me, because it be like that. All right, here we go. Okay, so I hope you have your pen and paper out. I'm gonna try to go through this update preparation 411 on this new moon that will begin tonight. Well, not tonight. I mean, it'll still be dark, but tomorrow for us here on the Pacific Coast at 4:36 a.m. For those of you on the on the East Coast, it will be 7:36 a.m. And we're going to talk about some of the takeaways, the big takeaways for yourself, and then you can adjust accordingly. Just an announcement so that y'all all know, I try to reiterate, I am not an astrologer. I am interested in astrology. I study astrology. I am not an astrologer. I have not, quote, been trained in astrology. My approach to astrology, the reason I even became interested in astrology is because I am a student of history. I am a teacher of history. And this is what became really fascinating to me, because my extremely kindergartenish understanding of astrology at the time alerted me right away. I became really interested in the cyclical, potentially repetitious aspects of astrology that really talked more about the history and recognizing patterns in history as a way to prepare for the potentialities that coming and similar events may provide. You understand? So that's how I got interested. That's how I became fascinated. My intention, like I stated last night, is to learn this science, because I watch scores of hours of other astrologers, and they are proficient and good at what they do. The problem is no matter who the astrologer is, their weakness is the limitation of their cultural worldview. To me, this is what is striking all across the board, is because we have been taught astrology in a very specific way, primarily Greco-Roman mythological understanding of our relationships to these heavenly bodies, and increasingly the Vedic astrology and increasingly Chinese astrology. For those of us, particularly in the West, particularly in the United States, it is still our primary understanding of astrology is so limited, even if we're proficient, so limited because of the cultural worldview through which we view our relationships on Earth in conjunction with these planets that are our celestial siblings, if you will, right? And so even last night when I was trying to get to the astrology for tomorrow, when I was trying to get to the astrology for tomorrow, I was saying that one of the things that stands out is a huge, and the other thing, not just the cultural Greco-Roman historical mythological perspective that we view our relationship on Earth with the celestial bodies, but the other thing is the fact, like I said last night, is that we also view these relationships and these stories about how these planets can impact our life still from a very hardcore European patriarchal worldview. So it occurred to me last night. I was like, why, if we in heaven too, why is Earth not included at all in astrology? In modern astrology, why is Earth not included in the zodiacal chart? To me, it just seems really bizarre and a very patriarchal way to view our inherent relationship within this system that we exist in. And when I'm talking about, when I say solar system, within this system that we exist in, like I said last night, a system is made up of parts that contribute to this whole, right? And so you have, for example, your body. I'm always talking to you guys about 5 elements theory. Let me just show you. The 5 elements is a pictorial understanding of a system. This is the whole, okay? And the whole is made up of organs. You feel me? And all of these organs, they ain't just out by themselves doing their own thing. Each one of them, I told you, have a spirit, have a taste, have a smell, have an emotion, all of these things. But even as they function as individual wholes, they still are organs that have very specific, intricate relationships with each other. Those relationships between these seemingly separate parts are what make up the whole organism. This is you. This isn't just your organs. This is you. Together, this whole picture is you. These individual elements, if you will, is to help you to understand how the relationship between your organs impact and express themselves in the whole that is you. I don't know why my can y'all see me okay on YouTube? My screen just went wonky. Okay, let's see. Exactly. Thank you. You are dreaming right now. Said the earth already, the earth is already in space. There ain't no need to go to heaven. And I guess that's a quote by Killer Priest, right? So yes, exactly, right? So I'm saying all of that because, and I also talked about that within the context of like reevaluating. That's why I've been talking to you guys for 4 years about why I refer to the planets, even as I'm talking about, Jupiter and Pluto and Mars and I always switch over to the African understanding of who these planets are. So if I say Mars, I automatically think Ogun and Ogun's characteristics. When I say Venus, I automatically think Oshun and Oshun's characteristics, and on and on and on and on and on, right? This is what I'm talking about being able to, because changing our cultural perspective on how we see the planets will change the understanding that we have in these relationships to the planets. Right now, we have, I say, a Greco-Roman perspective and understanding of our relationships to the planets, because we still call the planets by their Roman name. And every now and again we'll switch, because the Romans conquered the Greeks and absorbed a lot of the stories, changed the names that the Greeks had called the planets, changed them to what we still today know as the Roman names of the planets. And so if we are viewing our interpersonal relationships as Earth, we as one, right? We as parts that make up the whole, just like that system I talked about, right? That if we are still viewing our relationships, our interpersonal relationships with these heavenly siblings through the lens of the most diabolical empire in modern history, then of course a lot of the narratives and mythologies created about these planets are going to have imperial, violent, stories and interpretations and understandings. But when you can shift, just simply, like I'm always telling y'all, Pluto is Oya. Just something as simple as that automatically helps me to see that Pluto is not a maleficent planet. That Pluto is actually a quite beneficent planet with very beneficent intentions for us if we can shift the way that we see our relationship with this planet. That we do not fear when this planet comes around every 248 years, that we look forward to it, because this gives us the opportunity to clear out anything that has been oppressing us, standing in our way, creating boundaries that we don't need, imposing limitations that have stifled our growth and evolution. Now we can be like, oh shit, Pluto coming in the house. Let's go ahead and wreck up all this shit so we can create something new. You see what I'm saying? I hope y'all are feeling me. So anyway, I really hope y'all are vibing with me and what I'm saying. And I tell this to everyone, everywhere I speak, everywhere where it's more like spiritual, esoteric information that I am being called on to teach people in that moment. The first thing I am saying is that if you are Mexican, aka Mexica, if you are Azteca, if you are South American, if you are Native American, if you are from Africa, if you are from the Pacific, if you're a Pacific Islander, the very first thing that you need to do is to recognize, first of all, that your ancestors has had a deep and profound, long-standing understanding of their relationships to the heavens. And that what we have to do is go back into our own personal mythologies and find out what secrets are hidden there, so that we can start to open up and create a more dynamic relationship with our heavenly bodies, with our heavenly siblings, with the other organs in our system. You feel me? Okay. Exactly, Nura Allah. There is no planet that's a malefic. There is no planet that is our enemy. Okay? All right, so let's go. All right, so let's start with the easy stuff first. Tomorrow, January 29th, is the first new moon of 2025. So I'm going to be switching back and forth between regular astrology and Chinese astrology, because the new moon tomorrow is significant, not only because it's an Aquarius new moon, but it is also the Chinese New Year. The Chinese New Year always happens on the second new moon after the winter solstice. Okay. The second new moon after the winter solstice is when the Chinese new moon, the Chinese New Year occurs, because the Chinese calendar is a lunar calendar. All right. Okay. So tomorrow is both the Aquarius new moon in Pisces, and it is also the Chinese New Year. It is the year of the wood snake. It is the year of the wood snake. Okay. I'm going to be talking to you about both these things because they are both radically important. If this is the first time you are hearing me talk about this, I've done 2 videos, I think, on this so far. Go back 2 videos ago, maybe 3 videos ago, where I start talking about the historical significance of the snake, aka the serpent. Because again, watching people talk over the last week about the significance of the Chinese New Year, about the significance of the snake, about the Chinese significance of the wood snake. I'm just telling you, people's worldview is so narrow and so limited. It's like I told y'all last night. Like I got tired of hearing, just like a snake sheds its skin. This is a metaphor for us to shed baggage, to shed that which no longer serves us, so that we can emerge new. Like, I had to stop. Why? I couldn't even go into like Chinese, like doctors of Chinese medicine talking about the significance of the wood snake. Everybody saying literally verbatim, word for word, the same thing. And I was like, we got to get a little bit deeper than that. So I think it was the day before yesterday when I started reading to you guys the significance of the serpent from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. And I had never read it. I'd never read that section. So I was up in here subdued in what she was talking about was the significance of the snake, right? Rose, you weren't here earlier when I made the announcements, but thank you so much for your donation, dear. I got your donation. I'm so grateful for it. Thank you so much. But anyway, I was up in here subdued, okay? I was up in here subdued when she was talking about the snake, because I think I'm up on game. I got snakes tattooed on my body. You feel me? I got snakes everywhere in the house. You feel me? So I thought I was up on game. And here it is. I still had something new to learn about the significance of the serpent, about the significance of the snake. So I would encourage you to go back. I think it was 2 videos ago where I talked in depth about the historical and spiritual significance of the snake, aka the serpent. That will give you some insight about how you can tailor your own ritual in honor of the new moon, aka the Chinese New Year, the year of the wood snake. Okay. All right. So let's see. So what the thing that I will start with first is you guys know, because I talk about it all the time, the goddess Oya, aka Pluto, the planet Pluto, right, is the 9th planet in the solar system. Okay. In Ifa tradition, Oya Iyansa is known as the mother of 9. She is known as the mother of 9. Okay. In Africa, she is the governess. I can't remember the name of the river, but she is the governess of a particular river that has 9 tributaries. 9 tributaries. Okay. She is the governess. The reason that she's called the mother of 9 is 1, because she has these 9 tributaries, and 2, she is the mother of 9 colors. So every time you see her, do I have her over here? Let me grab her really quick. So every time you see her, she has on a skirt that has 9 colors. Here she is. So she has on a skirt that has 9 colors. Every time you see her, she got on a skirt that has 9 colors. All right. And look at this. Remember, we were reading the other night. I don't know if you guys remember, but the last thing I read after that long ass live was about the significance of the trident. You know, the trident. Look at what I never even noticed. Look at the look at what's on her hip. Look at what's on her hip. Does anybody remember what the trident was? Y'all probably don't. It was late and I kept y'all all night. But anyway, yeah, there she go with her little trident. Okay. All right. So the reason I harped on the number 9, Pluto as the 9th planet, Oya as the mother of 9, and not only the 9 colors, because of her other characteristics. The reason that 9 is significant for Oya is in mathematics. 9 is because it is the last single digit. 9 is considered the and even in numerology, the number 9 is said to carry the character, some of the characteristics of all the previous numbers. So all of the previous numbers 1 through 8 are manifested in the number of completion, which is the number 9. Number 9 embodies all of the previous 8 numbers, right? So the number 9 is considered the end and the simultaneous beginning. The end and the simultaneous beginning. So when you start thinking about attributes of Oya, like when you start reading about her, she rests in the place between all things, the beginning and the ending. She is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the ending. She rests in between each breath. She governs breath. She governs breath. She governs the lungs, because the lungs are the wind. They're a representation of the wind. But she rests in between each breath, each inhale and each exhale. She's there. She is there at the moment you are conceived. She is there the moment your head is exposed to the light for the first time, when you are born. She is there the moment that your last breath stops, so that she can assist you in your transition to the ancestral realm. Yes, Tajali, yes. The trident is the phallic symbol, or the phallic representation of the male god that can satisfy the triple goddess. Yes. Yeah, I was sure. Anyway, so the reason that is significant, the whole thing, this whole diatribe about the number 9, is because this new moon is considered, just like the title suggests, it is giving us 999 power potential. 999 power potential. That 999 is 1, the time past the hour. So 4:36 here, 7:36 on the East Coast, reduces to the number 9, right? The Aquarius new moon is going to be at 9 degrees Pisces. At 9 degrees Pisces. Okay. It is a number 9 universal year. This year that we're in, 2025, is a number 9 universal year. And then I told you the 36 minutes past the hour. There was another number 9 energy, but I'll get to that a little later. Okay. Okay. So this information, these notes that I just took, are from, and I should put it in the description below. But these next notes that I just took are from an astrologer I really like a lot. I watch a lot of different astrologers, but I watch them because they come with different energies. Some of them are more like doomy, if you will. They're more like, this is all the potential bad shit that can happen. And then this astrologer, through which these next notes are coming from, is extremely optimistic. Her name is Tanya Gabrielle, and she calls herself an astronumerologist. So she doesn't just talk about the astrology, she talks about the numbers associated with whatever astrological occurrence is happening. So those things that a lot of us don't pay attention to, if we're just like base level into astrology, like the degrees and all of that stuff, that's the stuff that she pays attention to as well, because of its numerological significance. So she talks about that a lot. I really like her, one, because of this whole way that she brings these sister sciences together, the astrology and the numerology. And then the other thing is because she is so optimistic, where a lot of other astrologers are very cautiously optimistic, leaning towards pessimistic. Okay. Greetings, voiceover by Stephanie Marie, Shy Boy Shades, Rose from the Dead. I love that. Nura Allah, Sons of Brahmana, Balance. Let's see who's over here. Royal Crowns, the real Church Sinatra, Udida 13, Olarin Oye 2000, Angelica B. Pollock, Tazi, Sky's the limits. Okay, greetings everybody that's tuning in. Okay, so that's that. All right, so this week, starting Monday, actually, there are 2 major stelliums occurring this week. So a stellium, for those of you that don't know, a stellium is when 2 or more planets occupy the same house or the same sign. Okay, so there are 2 major stelliums occurring this week, and both are creating trines. And so trines are defined by planets that are at least 120 degrees apart. And their significance is their really powerful energy that represents harmony and ease and cosmic bliss. Okay, trines. So there are 2 stelliums this week, both of them creating major trines. Okay, so the first stellium is a quadruple stellium. That is, the sun and new moon are in opposition in Aquarius, because that's what creates a new moon. The sun and the moon in Aquarius, Mercury in Aquarius, and Pluto in Aquarius, all conjunct each other, forming a stellium with Jupiter. Okay? So that's the sun, the new moon, Mercury, Pluto, all in Aquarius, and all conjunct each other, forming a stellium with Jupiter. Aquarius can make you, this was a side note. She said that Aquarius energy can make you feel nervous. She said it's good energy. She said, but it can make you feel nervous. And if that happens, what it means is it's a call to action. She said, if it means you're not moving enough, you're not doing enough, right? And so she said, if you feel that kind of like tendency towards nervousness this week, that get up and like go for a run or take a walk or go for a hike, but like to move your energy, to do something. And it doesn't even have to be like physical activity. It can be like, doing something that you're supposed to do and maybe you've been procrastinating on. But she said that any kind of like nervousness or anxiousness feeling where Aquarius is concerned this week, it's a call to action to do something, to have the courage to do something. That's Aquarian energy, because who is Aquarius? Is Shango. It is the courage to do something. Okay. Let's see. And then the second stellium is Mars retrograde in Cancer creates a triple trine to another stellium, which is Saturn, Venus, Neptune, and Pisces. It's all the outer planets and Pisces in Pisces. Another, let's see. And she said, so basically this is another 9 energy, because it's 9 of the 10 planets that are engaged in this trine. She said 9 out of the 10, and what she calls 10 is the sun. 9 out of the 10 planets are engaged in these 2 trines that are happening all week. That's Jupiter, let's see, that's Mars, Saturn, Venus, Neptune, Jupiter, Mercury, Pluto, the sun, and the moon. She says Uranus is not directly involved, but it is the ruler of this new moon, because Aquarius has 2 planetary rulers. The modern ruler is Uranus, but the original ruler was Saturn, and we talked about that at length. So she said, because Uranus is the ruler of this new moon, it also creates a sextile to the triple stellium in Pisces and in Mars that I just talked to you about. Let's see. And so she talks about this energy with Pluto because she mentioned the fact that, Pluto is in Aquarius until the year 2044. Pluto is in Aquarius till 2044. So she said with Jupiter stationing out of its retrograde motion the next day, the following day after the new moon, Jupiter stations out of its retrograde motion partnered with this Pluto energy. She said it represents massive abundance, particularly within the aspect of creativity, right? So it's not just like general abundance. She's basically saying that if you really want to power up on the abundant, the massive, what she called the massive abundance potential of Jupiter and this relationship between Jupiter and Pluto, that it has to be something creative, something artistic, something new that you have not done, to be thinking out of the box about creative ways to tap into this massive abundance potential. Okay. So was that clear? You can ask your questions in the comment section, either way, YouTube or IG. If it gets too complicated and I need to slow up or roll back, just let me know. I'm just giving you the 411 right now, and then we can start breaking down some stuff. Okay. So Jupiter right now is retrograde in Gemini. I'm a Gemini rising, right? And so this represents like optimism, right? Like breakthroughs, downloads, optimism, and a new way of communication, like developing a new way to communicate. Let's see. All right. So there is, it's kind of in part with this, but there's a rare triple conjunction happening this week. And that triple conjunction is Venus, Neptune, and the North Node. And the last time that that conjunction occurred, that rare triple conjunction, the last time it occurred, for those of you that missed it, Venus, Neptune, and the North Node. And the North Node, I think I did a video on it maybe a week ago, on the significance of the North and the South Node, which is the North Node in Pisces and the South Node in Virgo. So Venus, Neptune, and the North Node, the last time this triple conjunction occurred was in 1848. In 1848. And she talked about the significance of this North Node being representing like the energy of a cosmic chorus. Representing the energy of a cosmic chorus. I really loved that she used those words in particular, because what's been coming up a lot for me in just the multiplicity of areas that I have been studying, because y'all know I'll go from one wormhole to another, and they're all kind of like, connected, right? And so one of the things that's been coming up a lot for me in my different areas of studying is about the need to sing together. The need to sing together. I know that sounds corny, okay? But I instantly, because it's been coming up all over the place. And then when she said that this energy represents a heavenly chorus, I was like, oh my God, here it is again, right? This whole thing that's just been coming down on me. Every time I turn around, I'm seeing something about the significance of singing together. It ain't that deep, and it ain't that woo-woo, because I talked to y'all a few weeks ago about how the world is under a spell. The world is under a spell. And that spell has been being conducted in plain sight. In plain sight. I've been talking to y'all about this actually for some months, truth be told. It's been happening in plain sight. And because we do not understand what the hell we looking at, we just think it's, the freedom of religious practices and shit, right? But meanwhile, millions, literally millions and millions of men all over the world have been singing in concert, have been singing together. Millions. We talked about the spell, the ongoing, unending spell that is the Hajj. For those of you who don't know what the Hajj is that journey that every Muslim must make to Mecca before they die, is the Hajj. But I say Muslim, every Muslim male, because women are forbidden to participate in the Hajj. And what did I tell y'all? You've got the big black stone, I think it's called the Kaaba, the big black stone, the big black box in the center, and these men sing. They're all dressed in white, all white, and they circle the Kaaba. You'll see thousands of them circling the Kaaba counterclockwise. What did I tell you it meant? To dance counterclockwise around anything, or with a singular intention. What did I tell y'all it means to dance counterclockwise? What the ancient Nordic people used to call widdershins. What does it mean to dance widdershins around anything? This came up in my 2 circle covens just this past week. Circle songs with the women and drums. Absolutely yes. Does anybody remember what it means to dance? Keep coming, Lisa J. Keep coming, Lisa J. Yes, keep coming. What does it mean to dance counterclockwise? Not to bind. What does it mean to dance counterclockwise around anything? Widdershins, or the dance counterclockwise, is the dance of destruction. Destruction. The dance of destruction is to dance widdershins or counterclockwise. To dance clockwise is to create, to destroy, and to create. Okay? And so you look at what's happening in the Hajj. These men are not only dancing counterclockwise around the 6-sided black Kaaba. And do y'all want me to explain what the Kaaba is? What the conspiracy theories around the Kaaba is? The Kaaba is supposedly a representation of the the entity known as Saturn. That's why everybody's freaking out, and everybody's got these conspiracy theories about why all this black box architecture all over the place, because it's a representation of the six-sided atmospheric anomaly that's at the North Pole of Saturn, right? Well, within the black box, right, there is a corner of the black box that is said to be this prehistoric meteorite or some shit, right? And everybody's hope is to get close enough in the dance around it that they can kiss it. Now, there are some that say that the Kaaba is a representation of the great cosmic mother's clitoris. I'm just telling you what they say. And so these men are dancing around it, singing all day, hoping to get close enough to kiss it. Is this a kiss of adoration? I went into a whole long, belief about, a personal belief that I'm working out about the kiss of destruction, about the spell as a kiss, about the kiss of, what do you call it? The kiss of betrayal, right? The kiss of betrayal, like Judas. It was like, look, you'll know it's him because I'm going to kiss him on the cheek. There's a whole history, all these stories about, the kiss symbolizing betrayal, right? Anyway, so this is the spell. These men, because women are forbidden. Women are not required to make the Hajj. Men are required to make the Hajj. They ain't the only ones. What about, Tajli mentioned it the last time, the Wailing Wall, and these Hebrews go all day they sitting close, right up close, singing all day, every day, right? The Vatican, the Christians, the what you call them, the Catholics, you feel me? Doing their recitation with they rosary. The Buddhists doing they singing. Because women can't go up in Tibet and be monks and shit. It's just the men going singing, chanting, whatever the hell they be chanting, the mantras with the mala, right? The Hindus chanting, singing all day, every day. Men everywhere in the world coming together in droves, in the scores of hundreds, in the thousands. Not only that, what else happens several times a day if you are a Muslim? No matter where you are on earth, there are certain times of the day where no matter where you at, if you're driving, if you're at work, don't matter. No matter where you are on earth, you stop what you are doing. You fall on your face. You face the east and you begin to sing song your prayers. To sing song your prayers. Every day. Anybody that is a Muslim is conspiring. They spell casting. What they spell casting against? What they spell casting for? Every man on earth. In some way or another under these traditions. Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, Catholicism, and Judaism. What they praying for? What it is they are all focusing this massive amount of energy on. They spell casting. What they spell casting about? Who they spell casting on? The Vatican is propped right the fuck up on top of the bones of the Sibyls. You feel me? You feel me? And so this thing, when she said this here about this rare triple conjunction, and how it represents the energy of a heavenly chorus, you feel me? Okay, and Nura Allah says they circle the Kaaba 7 times. Remember, I was telling you how I started thinking about this a lot more, and when I started thinking about it, I was instantly reminded of the movie The Golden Child, right? I should probably go back and rewatch this movie because it slipped my mind. Remember, I was telling you how the Golden Child represented, right? Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch The Golden Child again because there's a lot coming back to me right now about stuff that was just made insignificant. But anyway, remember, you remember how Eddie Murphy even got on the case of trying to find and rescue the Golden Child. Eddie Murphy was a private detective looking for females, like female runaways, right? Female missing persons, right? And so he gets visited by this woman. This woman's like, look, I need you to find missing children, missing young children. That's what he was looking for, right? And she's like, I need you to locate this child, right? And this quote child that's gonna save the world. This is the child that's gonna save the world, right? The golden child. And the way the quote devil was able to bind this child's power to keep this child from using his power was he had him in this cage, and he was surrounded 24 hours a day in the cardinal directions around this cage, these singing, chanting monks. 24 hours a day. These singing monks. This was the power that was used to bind the quote benefic world-changing potential of this baby. But the other thing was, you remember I was telling you, he had to the devil wasn't just trying to bind him, he was trying to steal his power. And the only way that he could do that was to quote defile the child by making him drink blood. Remember that? And so he was killing young females. So I'm on IG. It makes me stop at an hour. So it's about to shut down. I'll post the live after the shutdown, but it's shutting down like 18 seconds. Okay. So once it stops, I'll come back on and I'll finish telling the story. But anyway, I'll tell what I can. He was killing young women. He was killing young women, right? Yes, the blood in the oatmeal. To Brittany, thank you so much for the donation. That was so generous. Thank you so much. Let's see here. I just saw the notification before I started this live on IG. Okay. So, let me show y'all before I go on. I wanted to wear this shirt because first of all, I love it so much. It's a shirt I bought a couple of years ago. It's a Black History shirt with this beautiful Black woman on it, and then the writing on it says, "We are the future." See that shit? Her beautiful Black self, and then the shirt says, "We are the future." I'm just saying. Anyway, so anyway, the quote, aka bad guy, the devil, was trying to quote defile the golden child by tricking him into eating blood. You feel me? And so he was constantly, because that's how Eddie Murphy came to the case. He was following all these quote missing children, but they were always girls. The missing children were always girls. My daughter told me she heard singing today. I've been hearing singing all week. You were on point. Thank you so much, Sage Page. Interwoven greeting. It's Miss D. How you doing? Right? Yes. Coolly. Hi. Dang, this is deep. I know. I'm just trying to put y'all on game. You feel me? And so here we are, living in this world where everything is hidden in plain sight. And because we are so far removed from our history, and I'm talking about our old history, I'm talking about our deep history. Because we are so far removed from our history, like I told you, they can play right in your face and you don't even see it. You don't even see it. You feel me? So when I'm reading this and she's talking about the energy of this rare triple conjunction between Venus, Neptune, and the North Node that has not happened since 1848, and she likens it to a heavenly chorus, I immediately put, we got to be singing together, right? With hands raised, dancing, tongue out, screaming, whispering, humming. Now, let me tell you why. During COVID, like maybe, yes, removed from the symbolism, the rituals, and the practices. So when COVID first started, it was like, you can go back into my YouTube channel. I think I published this live 3 weeks after lockdown because I could already see what was coming. I could already see it, right? And so I did this video 3 weeks into lockdown, and it was entitled something like free and inexpensive ways to boost your immune system. Okay. Free and inexpensive ways to boost your immune system. So I started just, yes, obviously herbs, right? But I wanted to draw out those things that you could do for free. Not having to go out and purchase anything. Those activities that you can be engaged in that could boost your immunity. And so, singing was on the list. And so I'm researching some of the studies that verify or that shows that singing helps to boost your immune system. The thing is, and this is what I thought about as soon as she said this, the thing is that yes, singing in your shower, singing in your home, singing in your car can boost your immune system. But there was a study done over, I think, 20 years that demonstrated that while singing boosts your immune system, that people who regularly sang in groups, like, for example, choruses, had an overall better health outcome through all the ways that they measure health outcome, singing together in groups. I was like, oh my God. Right? So there's something there, and there's research to like back that up. Singing in groups is even better for your overall health outcome than singing by yourself, right? And then yes, and then oh, Goddess Daja, how you doing? It's been a minute, sis. All right. And then also the humming, right? So like you're singing and then you right, whatever. Humming is actually one of the exercises. Humming is actually one of the exercises that you can do that stimulate the vagus nerve. So I did a whole nother one on all of the activities that you can do that stimulate the vagus nerve. This vagus nerve is responsible for your parasympathetic response, right? Which is your sleep. What is it? Rest and digest, or feed and breed response. It sends you back into a state of balance and relaxation after you have gone into fight or flight. It's like returning you to a state of harmony, right? And so there's a lot of discussion now about the necessity of people actively stimulating their vagus nerve, because we don't ever get the opportunity. We don't ever get the opportunity to adequately experience true rest and digest, feed and breed stasis state, right? So humming. Then there's a whole thing I just read about the other day, because I don't want to go that deep into it, but there was a thing I was just reading the other day about the significance of whispering. Like, I Google everything. If I have it as a thought, even if the thought seems weird, I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google, is there any like spiritual significance of whispering? Is there any history of why people whisper? Like all that shit, right? I was telling y'all last week about the fact that our cervix, we people born female, our cervix and our larynx looks exactly alike. The cervix and the larynx looks exactly alike, right? And so when you are looking, under one of these, like whatever the scopes are that they use to look down in your throat to look at the health of your larynx, which houses your vocal cords, and they will actually have you, while they're looking down there, they'll actually have you go to see the health or the strength of your vocal cords, right? Well, if you look at your cervix like your gynecologist does to examine the health of your cervix looks exactly like your larynx, right? So I got on that. I was like, okay, so what is the significance of whispering? When you whisper, you are not engaging the vocal cords at all, which I thought was fascinating. And then I started researching like the spiritual significance of whispering and all of this shit. So I had that on there too, okay? Because there's a lot. I ain't gonna get into that now, but there's a lot. And then also screaming. There is a lot on the spiritual, occult significance of screaming. So it may have to be a whole thing that I do, right? But I just wanted to share that like it was that's what I started getting into when she started talking about the significance of this triple conjunction coming up, and the fact that it hasn't happened since 1848, and that its energy is that of a heavenly course. I was like, okay, we got to have groups of people, and I've been telling y'all for the last week, stop doing shit by yourself in your house. We ain't in that period no more. Like, that period is past, because it was for us to power up, to tune in, or whatever. But now is the period to be vocal, to be outspoken, and in groups. So groups of 3, no less. Groups of 3, whatever you doing, get your homie. Oh, I hadn't even. Let me write that down. Shy Boy Shades. Is this a movie or something? Or is this something that she herself is actually like doing right now? I'll be finding myself taking so many notes while I'm doing these lives. Let's see. No, she shared that that's what she does. Her mother taught her. Wow. Only time I sing with others is in church. Interesting. So, so that I won't belabel that, but that did stand out about the need to be singing together. And the first thing I thought about is these men from these major religions all over the planet that are daily singing their spells, daily singing their spells, daily singing their spells, daily singing their spells, daily singing their spells. Okay? And we are not contending. We ain't doing that. Where witches, others, EFI practitioners, witches, who else? Anybody else? Anybody that's not them. Where are they singing together all day? Where are they, quote, singing their intentions all day? Facing the east, you know what I'm saying? 3, 4, 5 times a day. I'm going through a period of isolation right now. It's so hard for me to be around people, friends, and family. I just don't want to be bothered at all. Creatrix Z. I understand. If it ain't for you, it ain't for you. But what I am saying is that for those of us who are consciously aware that we're in this period where we do have an opportunity to energetically, to spiritually stage a contest with the opposition, what can we be using that we have not been using? So if you're an individual person and this doesn't resonate with you, don't feel bad. It's just what your life is. And I get it because this shit out here in the world is overwhelming. It'd be having a bitch up in here subdued. But then I have to make myself get outside because I know that there is something bigger than me just being subdued in my shit. If it doesn't resonate with you, don't force yourself. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling y'all that all the time. More than anything, I want to honor your sovereignty as an individual being. What? Your sovereignty as a peculiar expression of the mother's will made real on earth. So whatever you got to do to make it possible for you to move through the planet, do what you got to do. So if it's not for you, that's fine. It's not for you. But the rest of y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know that shit that we did on November 19th and the immediate impact that it had just from a handful of women getting up on one of these mountains, dancing the dance of simultaneous destruction and creation, singing out loud, casting conspiracies together, and y'all know the immediate impact that it had. Because we asked the mother for evidence. We asked the mother to show us. Was this some shit that was right, that worked? You feel me? So y'all know what I'm talking about. And so tomorrow at 4:36 a.m. Pacific Standard Time and 7:36, Eastern Standard Time, I would say at the peak of this new moon, because I'm gonna be up. That's what I made my commitment to do, is to cast my conspiracy at 4:36. We're still gonna do a new moon ritual during the day tomorrow, but I'm gonna make sure that at the peak of this new moon, which is at 4:36 a.m., that my little Oya colored candle here, my little eggplant colored candle, and I'll go ahead and share that with y'all now. Taking my little silver blade, you can take a knife, blade, whatever you want. But in preparation for that, my silver blade, I am going to be etching some names in my Oya colored candle. You feel me? I am going to be etching some names in my Oya colored candle. You dig? I am going to be speaking out loud my conspiracy for this day. You feel me? I just remember the story about the women before Islam dancing around the black stone. Understand? Every tradition, the Sufi tradition, here you got men in big old skirts because they don't let the women dance the shit no more. It's the men that sing and dance the Sufi songs. And I love Sufi music. It's quite possibly the most beautiful music I've ever heard. I love it. I'm obsessed. But when you see these men dancing, and the way they dance is to dance hard enough that the skirts spin around. The men in the skirts, that they spin around, right? And the whole point is to sing and dance to the point that it causes you to go into an ecstatic state. Sufi music, Sufi worship, Sufi dance. but it's still the men because the women can't do it no more. You feel me? So anyway, I'm gonna be etching my names in my little candle. You feel me? Etching my names, and then I collected my moon blood last week. So I got fresh moon blood through after I have etched my names in my candle. I will be bathing that candle in my moon blood, allowing it to dry and lighting this candle and letting it stay burnt, letting it stay lit until it burns out, right? That's one of the things I'm going to be doing. But I am going to be speaking aloud the conspiracy I'm casting, hoping, knowing that everybody that at least hears this, everybody that I send the email to, will at the same time, the peak of this new moon, be speaking aloud the conspiracy, will be doing whatever they see fit as the ceremony to tap in to this powerful potential that this new moon is presenting. So let me keep going. Yeah. So anyway, so this year, same day, is the green yin wood snake new year, Chinese New Year. Okay. So overall, the energy for a wood yin, yin wood, because the dragon was a yang wood energy. This is a yin wood energy. So this energy calls on you to be more intuitive and creative in how you come up with solutions. The yang wood dragon was more about the analytical, the planning, the strategizing, being more strategic, right? Yes, green snake. Yes, the green yin wood snake. Okay. And so this year is about trusting that the planning, that the studying, that the analyzing, that the strategizing that you did in the yang wood dragon last year is that you have it, that you got it. You did all the planning, the studying, the strategizing, the plotting, the scheming. And so now, because you already have the information in you, you can be less analytical and more intuitive in applying the plan and applying the strategy and applying the study, right? Be confident in the fact that you have, quote, created the structures created the structures through which now you can intuitively build. The structures are there. The foundations are there. Now you can ease off of the force and shit that goes into like strategizing and being really analytical because you've already built the structures. Now you can intuitively and creatively build onto the structures, right? This requires you to move more from the heart this year. More from the heart this year. It also is a requirement for you to step out courageously and confidently. Courageously and confidently to intuitively add on to this solid structure you have created in these structures that you have created in your yang wood dragon year last year. Now, what does that mean for us practically? Those of you who have been following me for any given period of time, talking about this period that we're in for the next 20 years. What does it mean that we've, quote, built the structures through analyzing and researching and studying and being strategic in the yang wood dragon year of 2024? Well, what does it mean? The whole year, all I talked to you about, all I read to you about, all we talked about, all we studied about was that year, the year 2024, being the preparatory phase for our entry into our transition out of America's first Pluto returns and our simultaneous transition into this age where now Oya and Shango, aka the planet Pluto in Aquarius, will reign supreme for the next 20 years until the year 2044. And that everything leading up to that, right? Every year, every day in year 2024 was to prepare us for that, was to prepare us for November 19th of 2024. Okay. Now that year is finally rounding out the year of the young wood dragon, and everything that we did. What did we do? I did a lot last year, right? I buried some bitches in the desert last year. That was the first time thinking about what kind building the foundation for the temple. Okay, what are the initiation processes going to look like? Specifically, why I buried the sisters in the desert, right? Was trying to counter this shit that we have begun to accept through tradition, through ritual, through the church and shit, about how, we born in sin, so we got to, quote, be born again through the, quote, water and blood of Jesus, you feel me? And how to uncast this spell. That's a spell. I just sat here and talked to y'all a long time last night about the preliminal rites, the liminal rites, and the post-liminal rites, and how that shit is everywhere in the Bible. Everywhere in the Bible. Everywhere in the customs of the United States of America. Right? The perpetual, they say it themselves, the metaphorical death of the child that is required. The metaphorical death of the child that is required before they can transition into adulthood. The metaphorical death. So even last year, before I know anything about preliminal and liminal and post-liminal rites, I was thinking like, damn, you know what I'm saying? We got to, quote, be born again into this death cult, into this murder cult that we live in right now. All of us. We ain't even got to be in these traditions to be living right now in a global death cult that honors and raises up a goddamn war god called Yahweh, right? And so if we live in a death cult, and almost all of these religions go through some kind of metaphorical, quote, rebirthing that is actually a murder ceremony, that's actually a death ceremony, baptism, christening, what else y'all call it? Circumcision. This is a death ritual. Circumcision. What's another one? You feel me? That if all of these are what the psychologist said, what the philosopher said, he said these are the preliminal rites, which are a metaphorical death rite. It's a death ritual that is required before you can become full man. You feel me? And so in preparation for that ceremony that we did on the spring equinox last year, the death, inception, and rebirth ceremony. That was what I was thinking about. Is okay, we got spells to be breaking. We have curses to be breaking. How do we undo? How do we metaphorically, spiritually re-implement life into those who had been murdered as a consequence of, quote, being born into a death cult? Quote, reborn into a death cult through baptism, through blood rites. How do we breathe life back into those whose lives have been stolen as a consequence of being reborn into death cults? So I was like, I got it. If water baptism is the way that we are, quote, identified as having become born again through the male God, then we have to give these human beings back to the earth and let them be reborn from the mother's body. So that's what I did. I was like, I reached out. There was 7 of us. I reached out to 6 women. I was like, y'all ready to get renegade? Y'all about that life? They was like, hell yeah, we about that life. And we spent 3 days in the desert burying each other, like in full on 6-foot ass holes in the ground in the middle of the desert on the spring equinox. Took turns burying each other in this dirt where we stayed. This is the inset. So the burial is the metaphorical death from the war god. It's the metaphorical death from the war god being placed back into the mother's body. The inception is the metaphorical what you call it? The period of in utero, right? The in utero period. We were in the dirt for an hour. It was brutal. It was brutal. Even in March, the dirt was so cold. Oh my God, it was brutal. But we were in there for an hour. And then those of us who were not in, we were the metaphorical midwives watching the little potential newborns. We were the metaphorical midwives. And then when their inception period was over and it was time for them to be reborn, we cared for them just like they were newborn babies. We dug them out of the dirt. We helped them out. We was like, don't help, don't do nothing. We gonna pull you out. We covered them with a blanket. And on the property where we were, there are these beautiful hot springs. And so I had the owner of the land fill up one of the hot springs. So as soon as we took the little babies, the little newborn babies out of the mother's body, out of the earth, then we walked them just like little babies over to the hot springs and put them in the hot springs and bathed them off anew, just like you would if you had an actual midwife with a new little baby. That's what we did. I took these women, out in the middle of nowhere in the desert, and buried their asses in the dirt. And the reason I was doing that is to establish new culture. Establish new culture. Establish new rituals. Establish new ceremonies. How do you do that? You have to keep in mind that which you are trying to contend with. Remember how I'm always talking about the importance, the absolute necessity of building institutions of dual and contending power? That was the implementation of an institution of dual and contending power. That's what we did. That wasn't the only thing we did. We did ceremony all week. We were there for 3 days. That ain't the only thing that we did. But that was the highlight. That was the purpose for why we were there. You understand? And so that wasn't the only thing I did last year. I did a workshop, aka a mini retreat for couples that I intend to be a permanent part of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. It was a couples retreat called Healing is a Love Language. And it was a 5-hour day. It was a 5-hour retreat. It was just one day. And that shit was awesome. It was awesome. We had couples come and do performances like sing and dance. And then we talked about the ways that we as human beings have to redefine what love is. It's our responsibility to create new ideas and new paradigms about what love is in the world that we're trying to create, which is what? A world where oppression no longer exists, where power dynamics and hierarchies no longer exist. So what does sex look like in a world where oppression is no more? What does the expressions of love look like when oppression is no more? What does marriage look like? How is it transformed? How does it radically evolve in a world where the pressures of oppression no longer exist? How do we create what that love looks like right now, even as we're ongoing, trying to eradicate oppression from the human spirit, from existence on earth? This is what it means to build institutions of dual and contending power. I did a lot of shit last year. Child, on a hope and a prayer. On a hope and a prayer. You feel me? So that's what I mean when I say that the analytical Yang Wood Dragon year was the year that we spent creating new structures for which now we can creatively add to and build. That shit we did on November 19th, baby, was so gangster. It was so radical. It was so radical. And even though it was only maybe 40 of us that participated, not only the ritual itself to welcome the goddess Oya and her reign in this new period, not only the ritual itself, but baby, when I tell you, I was perpetually moved every day for a week, because I left that ritual telling y'all what. Now I want y'all to scour the internet, scour social media, and be looking for evidence that the spell that you cast worked. That's what I told y'all to do. That was y'all homework. Be sending me links. Be Googling whatever name you threw in the pot, whatever name you etched on your candle. Be Googling their names every day. to look for evidence that the conspiracy that we cast together worked. Child, 24 hours later, I'm getting bombarded with emails from you women. I'm getting bombarded with text from you women, links, and all kind of shit. Oh my God, I cannot believe this. This nigga name was the first name I put on the list. Can you believe this shit? Yeah, y'all did that. And it didn't take much. What did I do? I planned that ceremony, what, in a week? I ain't even give y'all no real notice. I planned that ceremony in a week. And we needed that. We needed that victory. You know why? Because it was the way that the mother communicated to us that it is not going to require what these men doing by the millions. A few of y'all get together here and there and everywhere, reproduce the ceremonies, reproduce the rituals. Y'all are the power source on earth. Y'all ain't got to see, they have to be in the numbers of the hundreds of the thousands and the millions because they do not possess the power that we have. It takes the scores of the millions of them all day, every day, chanting and mumbling and uttering because they do not have the power that we have. You see what I'm saying? She said, bitch, y'all was just up on here for about 5 hours, bullshitting, talking, hanging out, making your offerings, dancing and shit. We wasn't dancing to the, we had some ceremonial music, but what did we do? We was turned the fuck up. We had, what's her name? What's the name that I like so much? Princess Nokia. What's the song? Shit. I'm that Macarican bruja straight out from the Yoruba, right? Don't you fuck with my energy. 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 That's what we was turned to fuck up, is what we were. She was like, y'all didn't even go hard. But the intention was singular. The will was singular. The focus was singular. Y'all bitches, even though there were 35 or 40 women on that, because I streamed it. There was 13 of us on the mountain, and then I streamed it. Right? So what was that? About 45, 50 women on there, right? All over the country, right? And y'all up on here, single-minded. Single-minded. The expression of a unity of will in the material world. Speaking the same conspiracy at the same time. Do you understand what I'm saying? And she was like, baby, now make that shit pop all over the place. Just little handfuls of women at the same time, on the same day, saying the same thing, scattered all over the planet. And a handful of y'all, a metaphorical handful of y'all, can do in an instant what it has taken them decades to create. I'm trying to give y'all a fucking word. I'm trying to give y'all a word. And I'm saying women, but I want to be clear. You males, you people born male, regardless of how you identify spiritually, you people born males with that particular experience in terms of your incarnation, you too have a role to play. You too have a responsibility in executing the new. You have to recognize that there is a peculiar expression energetically that is being called on by those of us born with uteruses. It's not a point of contention. That's what I'm trying to win with you. It's not a point of contention. It's not a point of contention. The only way that it becomes a point of contention is when you carry in your brain and in your spirit these phony ass hierarchies that have been created and imposed on all of us. When I say that this period is the time that we all must be centering the mother, we all must be centering her will made real through each and every goddamn one of us right now. Right now. That is not a statement of secondariness if you was born male, of lowliness if you was born male. If you are trans, if you are gender fluid, gender non-conforming, doesn't matter. It's not a statement of secondariness or lowliness. Did your mama think you secondary and lowly in that period from 0 to 2? Or did her world center around making sure that you was fed and making sure that your blood was clean and making sure that you had a bath and making sure that you were safe when you were sleeping? And she was up as soon as you started crying at 2 o'clock in the morning to make sure you got fed. This is what I'm talking about. She didn't when you were an infant. She didn't when you were 1. She didn't when you were 2 require demonstrations of your respect for her in order for you to be entitled to love. She didn't expect that. See, all that other shit, the disciplinary shit, the spanking and all that shit, that is when her goddamn patriarchal bullshit kick in. That you got to respect me, that you got to do what I say. That shit is not what I'm talking about. So when I'm talking about us regalvanizing a perfectly pure relationship with our mother, and how when we do that, when we quote center the mother, we're talking about a plane of existence that is harmonious, the spiral, right? There is not a hierarchy in the spiral. There's not. And so maybe the evidence is everywhere. All the time. The evidence is right in our goddamn face about what must be done. And that ritual that we did on November 19th during the year of the dragon was a goddamn jack move. It was a jack move we pulled. These are the structures created during the year of the young wood dragon, through which now we can creatively and intuitively and collectively build upon, construct the new world upon. You feel me? What did I tell y'all yesterday? That we have to have enough audacity, especially this week. This week is like a jump off point. Why? Because it is the first new moon of the new year. It's the first new moon of the new year in Aquarius during the first official year of Pluto's reign in the sign of Aquarius for the next 20 years. This is literally like a jump off point. And so this week is requiring us to be imaginative, and not just imaginative, child, like the craziest, insane, seemingly ridiculous shit that you can imagine. Spirit's like, let's try that. Let's do that. All we can do is fail. And guess what? If we fail, we can do something else, with the recognition that this shit that has been imposed on us as some kind of farce of democracy has always been an illusion. And that whatever we create together, anything that we create together will be better than what is right now. That's all we have to go into that shit with. Building institutions of dual and contending power. What does that look like? Why did I go on that whole ass diatribe with y'all last night about all of these ways that people are solving the problems in the world right now? They ain't waiting. That little 16-year-old boy I was telling y'all about that was trying to solve the problem of deforestation and mudslides in Sierra Leone at 16 years old, homeless, he ain't waiting. He's like, look, I got this trash. I know that there's something I can do with it. I just got to work it out. I got to figure it out. And as soon as he came up and was able to start selling the thing, he started putting his homies on. And word started to spread. And what he needed came to him without effort. There are people out here solving the problems. You feel me? That's why I went on that diatribe. Everything, I'm telling you, everything that we need to construct the new already exists. The thing that stands in our way is this freaking optical illusion of noise, keeping us paralyzed, keeping us terrorized, keeping us from seeing beyond the veil. That's it. Okay. So, what else? I'm gonna tell y'all something else about this this serpent energy, this snake energy that we're walking into that stood out. Now, this is an aside that came from our study that we did the other night from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. And remember, there was a section in the reading where she talked about how the serpent was seen as the serpent and Jesus were seen as brothers, two expressions or two faces of a single entity. Didn't she say that? And she said something to the effect of that the ancients, thank you so much for becoming a member, Guahan goddess. That's awesome. And so you remember she was talking about how the Gnostics believed that that the image of the snake was the true Messiah. Remember she said that? I was like, oh my God. I was mind blown, but I just had another moment. God damn. Oh my God. Fucking damn. Okay. Walk with me. God damn it. I just had a whole moment. Ooh. Okay. So remember, I was telling you just from the reading that she said that the Gnostics, the Roman Christian Gnostics believed that the true Messiah was a snake. Remember that? Listen. Jesus came, quote, as the first Messiah, right? But the Gnostics believed that the true Messiah would be born in the body of a serpent, right? Fast forward. Y'all, I just had a whole goddamn moment. It was like a lightning strike on the top of my head. What does this mean? Oh my God. Listen. What does Jesus say? Oh my God, y'all. Somebody is going to have to timestamp this for me. What does Jesus tell his disciples at the Last Supper? Anybody? Short version. What did Jesus tell his disciples at the Last Supper? Oh, all right. It's 8:44 where I am, but all right, Vayoni. Okay. What did Jesus tell the disciples? He's like, my jig is up. I'm about to die. You feel me? But it's part of my destiny. I got to take it upon myself to die for humanity so that they can be spared the punishment of hell. You feel me? He said, but don't worry. He said, I will return. I will return, y'all. Oh my God. He said, I will return. And they said, well, how will we know where you at? Where will we be able to find you? And he said, what? Oh my God. He said, what? He said, you will go into Bethlehem, and there you will find a man carrying a pitcher. First of all, who is Bethlehem? Because Bethlehem isn't a place on earth. Bethlehem is the constellation Virgo. Bethlehem is the constellation Virgo. Okay, so he said, go into Bethlehem. You feel me? And there you will find a man carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house therein, and there I will be. This is Jesus telling the disciples, foreshadowing his return as the sun, the sun, as the solar expression of his self, transitioning from his presentation as the Christ in Pisces into his transition into the next sign, which will be his personification as the Christ, as the Savior, as the Messiah, in this new personification of him in Aquarius. That's what he said in the book. He said, right now, this me. But I have to die before I can transition into my next incarnation. He said, so what you going to do is you going to go into Bethlehem. You're going to find this man. You're going to know who he is because he's going to be carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house therein. What's the house? The house is Aquarius. The house is Aquarius, the water bearer in Aquarius. The sun, the sun in his transition into Aquarius, right? What did I tell y'all? The sun, the sun in its transition into Aquarius is what? It is the whole book of Revelation. The sun in Aquarius is this book. The Revelation is detailing the radical changes in the world when the sun, the sun, transitions into his new face as the sun in Aquarius. This is this book. I told y'all that, right? And if the revelation is a detailing of the radical changes that must happen in the sun's personification in the sign of Aquarius, that's why I told you it's the only book in the whole motherfucking book that's written like a horror story. Beasts coming out the sea, and the sky going black, and people disappearing in thin air, and every single chapter in the book is a horror story, right? Serpents and dragons with multiple heads and all kind of. There ain't no other book in the whole book written like that. Why it's got to be written like that? Because the SUN in the sign of Aquarius is a guarantee of the mother's reign in this sign. Of the mother's reign. The SUN as the Messiah and its presentation as the mother. What did I say the presentation of the mother was in the sign of Aquarius? Or the presentation of the quote SUN in the sign of Aquarius? Anybody remember what I told y'all that is? Based on yin yang theory? Anybody remember what I told y'all that is? Based on yin yang theory? Somebody surprised me. What did I tell you? The SUN's personification in the sign of Aquarius. That is detailed right here in the Revelation based on yin yang theory. Anybody remember? I know it's a stretch because I give y'all a lot of like extra deep shit. Keep coming, Lisa J. You the closest so far. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. You close, boo. You close. You like right on the edge. Anybody? The sun. Y'all are so close. The sun in the sign of Aquarius. The sun in the sign of Aquarius, as detailed here in the Revelation. If I am telling you that the sun in the sign of Aquarius is the mother's reign in this new age, and that's why this book had to be written like a horror story, that the sun, the SUN in the sign of Aquarius is the Antichrist. Why? Why is it the Antichrist? Based on what not Satan. Satan and the Antichrist, presumably according to the Revelation, is not the same entity. You feel me? But listen, why? Because what do they say about the Antichrist? That the Antichrist is, quote, the son of Satan. Isn't that what they say in the Bible? That the Antichrist is the son of Satan. You feel me? Listen to me. Just walk with me. Y'all stop answering. I just told you. It's the Antichrist, right? But listen, y'all, the moment that I just had. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me find a piece of paper. Because y'all, listen. It is astrology we talking about. So don't get lost. This is astrology we talking about. So if we found a mark. Okay, so if we're talking about, quote, Jesus. You feel me? How can I write this? How can I write this? Should I do it as the yin and yang? Oh my God. Oh. Holy shit. Oh. Wait. Mm-hmm. Oh. Goddamn. I'm gonna have to really work with this shit. Okay, how can I say this? All right. So now we're talking about straight astrology, okay? Remember me telling you that the reason that this period, one of the many reasons that this period was so important is because when you're, where's that book? I think I have it in here. When you're looking, yeah, here it is. When you're looking at our regular zodiac, I'm gonna have to create another girl. Boy, get off my foot. What you doing? when you're looking at what is called, when we're transitioning from, quote, age to age, right? So we talked about how the Piscean age is represented as Jesus, the S-U-N, as the S-O-N in the Piscean age, and how the whole New Testament is replete with images of Jesus in the fish in the Piscean age, right? The two fishermen, you feel me, feeding the multitudes with two fish, you feel me? It's all up in there. The S-U-N as the personification of the fish. And we talked about that the other day, right? And so you're talking about a transition from one age to the next. So when he is coming up on the end of his time in that sign, Pisces, he tells the 12 apostles. Who's the 12 apostles? They are the other houses. That's all they represent, is the other houses. He tells, quote, he makes the announcement to the 12 apostles that it's my time to shift into the next house. That next house will be represented by a dude carrying a pitcher of water, right? Why is this significant? Because in what we call the precession of the equinoxes, in our regular zodiac, and let's see, this is going to look really shabby. Now, hopefully you will get the picture. Okay. In the regular annual zodiacal movement, right? Aries is the first house, and we move counterclockwise around the zodiacal sign from one house to the next. Okay. One house to the next, right? In the precession of the equinoxes, we still have the same zodiacal representation, with Aries being the first sign. But what we are doing every 2100 and so years, right, is we are moving clockwise through the zodiacal signs. So this whole thing together is called the Great Year. The Great Year. The Great Year is 25,000-ish years. And it takes about 2,100 years to move through each house. To move through each house. But in the clockwise movement through the signs called the precession of the equinoxes, which details the movements through the ages. The Bible details 1, 2, 3, and predicts a fourth movement, 3-hour movement through these ages. The age of Taurus, the Genesis starts in the age of Taurus. So it's the age of Taurus to the age of Aries to the age of Pisces. And then the Revelation is foretelling the age of Aquarius. Okay, so we see the symbolism in each sign in the Bible, right? In the sign of Taurus, we see all this bull symbolism, the golden bull calf, and right? And before entering into the sign of Aquarius, you see all these images that are foretelling the coming age of Aries, which is what? The ram, the ram's horns. You got to blow the ram's horn in ceremony. You got to put the ram's blood over the door. All of these foreshadowings of the coming of the next age, which is Aries. Then you move from the age of Aries, and the age of Aries is foretelling all the time, towards the end, the coming Messiah, And that coming Messiah will be represented in the age of Pisces as the fish. You feel me? He himself details how he will appear in his new personification in the sign of Aquarius. This is the precession of the equinoxes. So in this precession, you guys, in this precession, in this clockwise movement through the ages, the last sign is Pisces. The last sign is Pisces. The new sign, or the first sign, is Aquarius. See, in the regular annual movement around the zodiacal chart, Aries is the first. Aries is the first sign. Pisces is the last. But in the precession of the equinoxes, Aquarius is the first and Pisces is still the last. Oh my God, y'all. So Pisces, we are in this space in between right now. We are in this space in between the transition from the last to the first. This, what did I say? Liminal period. This liminal space between the old and the new. This liminal space between the old presentation of the self and the new emerging presentation of the self. We are in this liminal space between what? The alpha and the omega. What? Wait a minute. The liminal space. You know how the Bible says that in the, thank you. Oh my God, Sage Page, when I tell you, you literally just yank the fucking words right out of my mouth. I was literally saying, you remember in the Bible that in the end days, the first shall be the last and the last shall be the first. This transition between Pisces and Aquarius. Baby. Right? So if this is in the end, the last shall be the first and the first shall be the last. This is the liminal space between the old and the new. This is the completion, because Pisces, what did I say? That in our regular transition, Pisces is the last. In our clockwise transition through the ages, what? Pisces is the last. Pisces is the last in both. Pisces represents our movement not only through each individual age, that we are in a period in human history, you guys, where not only are we transitioning into a new age, this same Pisces transition that we are making is also the end of the last great year. This move into the sign of Aquarius that represents the next 2100 years or so is not only moving into Aquarius as a new age, but it is also the simultaneous moving into the first age, or the first period, the first, quote, year of a whole new 25,000 year cycle. Y'all heard? Y'all ain't hearing. Did y'all hear what I just said? Not only are we going into the next age, the age of Aquarius, but that age of Aquarius, that transition into the age of Aquarius is also the first year of the next 25,000 year period. The 25,000 great year. Who is kicking this simultaneous extraordinary? We haven't seen this energy in 25,000 years. Who is kicking this shit the fuck off? Who kicking this off? Who kicking this off? Or Yah is kicking this shit off. The simultaneous move out of a long-standing era of patriarchal rule and domination. This promise that cracker Trump just made about how today represents a new golden age, he motherfucking right, but he just don't know. He motherfucking right. He just don't know. It is another attempt of the representatives of the dying ass male Yahweh worshiping entity to try to usurp and step in front of the coming of the reemergence of the mother's power on earth. That's what he did. That shit was conscious. It was another attempt for them to usurp the mother's image, to usurp the mother's power, to usurp what is going to inevitably bury that shit forever. You feel me? It's so exciting, right? So here, hold on. So here, we've got our transition out of Pisces into Aquarius. That Oya, who, what did I say? Represents the space between all things. What do they say? She is the Alpha and the Omega. She is the beginning and the simultaneous ending of all things. She is there when you are conceived as the spark of light. She is there that when that first spark of light hits the crown, the cross of your head that is first exposed to light, when your ass is born, when your ass is transformed. Because why? She is the mother of transformation. When you are transformed from unseen to seen. Where now this knowing that you always had that something was in you, but it will not be real until it is seen. Why? Because your baby could die. Anything could happen while your baby is in utero. It is not until the baby goes from unseen to seen that now it is consecrated as a material force with its own peculiar and expressed destiny. You feel me? Here she is, everywhere in broad daylight. You feel me? It's exciting. But the other aspect is the fact that it is happening in this period. My damn IG just stopped again. It's getting shorter and shorter. Oh, no, I guess I've been on here 2 hours. My bad. Let me start this again. Listen. And so the reason I did that is because if Jesus in his personification in Pisces as the fit God, damn, God, what? Yo, oh, ooh, my God, damn, oh, God damn. Listen. Oh my God. If Jesus said, look, I'm going from the sign of the fish. And we talked about the fish pretty at length. What was it, last night that I talked to y'all about the fish? And I still got some more to tell y'all about the fish. You feel me? But if Jesus becomes the sign of the fish in the Piscean age, where all the Christian symbolism is about the fish. And what did I tell y'all that was about? Jesus as the personification of the death cult in this age of Yahweh made flesh to become the male mother. You understand? Where the usurpation of the symbol of the fish goes from life-giving mother to death cult father. He is, quote, the son of the mother who becomes through magical, unsexed birth, becomes the, quote, son of the father, which is his personification as the death cult, as the face, as the head of the death cult, right? Listen, let me tell you. He says, I'm the fish, right? I'm the life giver. That's what he says. What is the fish? Y'all, goddamn. I'm in here. Goddamn. God, goddamn. Listen, I'm having a moment up in here, okay? Hold on. Remember, we was talking about yesterday, where my picture of the woman for JJ at? Hold on. Is it here? Hold on. Where is it? That if this, I'm still on astrology, so y'all just walk with me, okay? I was just talking to y'all about this last night. I didn't know it was going to get this deep. Told y'all I was going to try to stay disciplined. Fuck. Hold on. Here it is. No, it wasn't. Fuck. I think I wrote it in the, was it the bigger book? Hold on. I think I wrote it in the bigger book. It is. It's this book. Okay. Thank you. Tajali say it's in the big book, girl. It's in the big y'all a trip. Listen, so I show y'all this the fish sign, the Jesus fish. That's always got like the little cross in it, right? And I tell you that this is not a fish, as it were. It is the ancient goddess worshiping image of the fish, which is what? The vagina. The vagina, when you're looking at the Jesus fish, the reason it's the Jesus fish is because this is the spread open legs of his goddess virgin mother. This her butt cheeks right here. You see on the bottom, this her butt cheeks, right? This is the front of her thighs right here. As she is spread open, as her vagina or her fish is spread open to show, to reveal that moment when the baby goes, her baby Jesus, when the baby goes from unseen to seen, that moment where that spark of light hits the top of his head that we know as the crown. You feel me? This is what the Jesus fish is based on. This is the life-giving process of Jesus being an abstract idea made a material force through the legs of his AKA virgin mother, right? He himself, born of God, usurps her energy, usurps her process. This her process. This is what she had to do to make him real, to give him life. He usurps as an adult her image to be crucified, to be killed on the cross. So here the cross is life-giving. Here in this process between his mama's legs is the life-giving process. And to usurp her power, he becomes the suicidal lunatic that the narcissistic, what they call it, hero complex, what do they call it? Savior complex, what do they call it? There's another word for it. Oh, there's another word for it. But him believing now at 33 years old that he has become greater than his mother usurps the image that she went through to give him life. The image of him. What? God complex. Thank you, baby. God complex. He usurps this process of life giving. What is this process? Baptism in holy water. And the consecration of this covenant that is manifest as her body being cracked the fucking half to bleed on your crown chakra. Baptism and covenant creation in blood and water. You feel me? So what does he do? Right there in the scripture. You don't have to think I'm making some shit up. When it's his time to die, and he usurps this whole magical, wonderful story of him being born without sexual union to a virgin mother. He has to usurp this power from the goddess to consecrate the new death cult. This is him consecrating the new death cult when he says, I am God on earth. I am the personification of the Father God's will made real on earth. Oh, fuck. I am the personification. I am God's will made flesh on earth. And this new God, because your mama ain't valuable enough to be God. This new God, this Father God, this unseen, invisible God, this detached God for which you cannot know. What did the monk say? That the dark night of the soul was a way to articulate the fact that God is unknowable. That's what he said. That's what he said. So here he has to usurp his mother's power. And in order to usurp her power, he has to steal every imagery that exists that makes people remember that she is God. He has to usurp it. He has to usurp it. So what does he do? As the physical manifestation of the war god's will made real. What is the war god's will? Only one will: murder, death, and war. The war god's will made real in the flesh through this Jesus, who in his God complex goes throughout the land playing the fucking hippie to get you caught up, right? To pluck at your heartstrings and shit. Then what does he do? He commits suicide on his mother's cross. He commits suicide. That's what he does. And what does he do as he is dying on the cross of death? What is he doing? Here is the cross of life. What is he doing as he is dying on the cross of death, as he is being tortured on the cross of death, as he has been having a crown of thorns placed on his head on the cross of death? What does he say? He, in the scripture, likens when the Roman pig jukes him in the ribs, right? Remember, what does the Bible say? That out from his vulva, that's what the scripture says. The wound that the Roman made with the dagger in his ribs, the Bible calls his wound a vulva. That from the vulva, which was his wound, poured blood and water. What does this cross represent? The moment that the baby goes from unseen to seen, where the water and the blood, the baptismal water and the holy consecration of the blood from her being cracked in half is spilt on the baby's crown, consecrating this covenant that she has allowed him to have by giving him life and a destiny in a single moment. So he likens his wound in the usurpation of the mother's divine power and image, his wound, because this was a ritual. Christ dying on the cross was a ritual. It was a consecration. It was his new birth. It was his rebirth as the father and the son of the new murder cult that would reign in the next age. Pisces usurped from the mother's image to the father's image, him as his son in this age, where he has taken all of the mother's images to apply them to the birth of this new warrior class, this new murder cult. Am I making this up? Am I making this up? So the fish was a representation of the long-standing murder cult, right? Because he usurped the image. But let me tell you what else just came down. When Jesus is talking about himself as the SUN in the new age, right? The age of Aquarius. But what he only mentions the water bearer one time. That's when he about to die. Once you transition into this book of Revelations, what is the biggest symbolism and imagery in this book? Oh my God. Fuck. The biggest symbolism and imagery in this book is all about dragons and serpents and beasts from the sea and beasts from the air and motherfuckers riding on horses and bringing despair and dismay and shit, right? The Antichrist. The coming of Satan's son, because what the Christians say? Whatever God does, Satan wants to recreate it in his own image. So since God came down and made himself his son, because Jesus is God, right? Ain't that what they say? That since God wanted to come and impregnate a virgin to make himself his son, so he could sacrifice himself for the salvation of humanity, then Satan want to reproduce everything that God do. So Satan too wanted to find a virgin so he too could impregnate the virgin with himself and give birth to his son, which is the quote Antichrist. Isn't that what the Bible say? Isn't what that Bible say? So if I'm telling you that Jesus was the God's son dying to consecrate, aka give birth to, this new death cult, this new murder cult in the Piscean age, then what does that represent, or what does that mean in the revelation, in the birth of this new age, in the birth of the quote SUN in this new age? That if Satan wants to repeat everything God do, And Satan, he too want to put himself in a virgin to give birth to his own son, the Antichrist. And then you flip this shit upside down. Is it a son that will be born from the so-called virgin who will give birth to the Antichrist? What did I tell you based on yin yang theory? What did I tell you based on yin yang theory? What did I say the Antichrist was in yin yang theory? If you got up here hidden in plain sight that utmost yang is represented by an actual cross, right? Actual cross. And that utmost yang means the absence of all yin. It is noon. It is noontime in the desert, meaning there's no damp, there's no dark, there's no shade, there's no yin essence, feminine essence present at high noon in the desert. That we live politically and spiritually in the time of the desert. It is what? It is white, it is light, it is sun, it is male, it is masculine, it's aggressive, it's independent, it's yang with no yin substance present right here at the peak. This is utmost yang. And if this is utmost yang, politically, philosophically, ecologically, environmentally, spiritually, this is the time of the desert. Every dystopian movie you'd ever seen about post-apocalyptic world, like what does the post-apocalyptic world look like in every goddamn dystopian movie? Like the fucking desert, like the desert, don't it? It look like the desert where water becomes the greatest commodity, don't it? In every apocalyptic movie you've never seen, in every post-apocalyptic, in every nuclear war movie you've never seen, water becomes the greatest resource. This is the time of the desert. Ultimate destruction. And if through the treatment, through the harmony of opposites, now I'm talking like a doctor, you feel me? You treat through the harmony of opposites. If you have an extreme expression, then the only way to treat, because this is extreme, the only way to treat this extreme expression is through its exact opposite. This is utmost yin. This is midnight on a dark moon. This is midnight on a new moon where there is no light present. This is midnight on a new moon. This is midnight on a new moon. You understand what I'm saying? And so midnight on a new moon is the extreme of the mother's presence. It is the extreme opposite of utmost yang, the destructive essence of yang, the destructive nature of yang. Do you understand what I'm saying? Here is the mother. It's not lost on me, and I know I get real deep, but it is not lost on me that I'm telling y'all all the time, I get so annoyed and people can't hear me when I say it. I'm like, why are we still praying for the light? Every time you talk to somebody that's like a spiritual worker or like a healer, every prayer right now on earth prayed by some progressive, spiritual, witchy, whatever the fuck is light and positivity, light and positivity, light and positivity, light and positivity. Just pray for the light. Just radiate light. Just pray for the positivity, right? But isn't it interesting that the symbol for utmost yang is, quote, positive, and the symbol for utmost yin is negative? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Hidden in plain sight. The word for, quote, all things bad is negative, and the word for all things good is positive. Isn't that something? Isn't that interesting? And I be pondering this shit because I'm a practitioner of 5 elements theory, right? So I be pondering this shit. Like, how they do that? Where that come from? What's the origin of this understanding, right? And so And it's interesting because even before I went to school for Chinese medicine, in in medicine in general, not just alternative medicine, in medicine in general, there is a concept, right, that is called negative ions. So you have positively charged ions, you have negatively charged ions. And with positively charged ions, if positively charged ions are not paired, listen to the word. If positively charged ions are not paired with negative ions, right? Here, this white up here with the little yin in. If positively charged ions are not paired with a negatively charged ion, that positively charged ion becomes destructive to everything in its path. Unpaired positive ions are the origin of sickness, at least metabolically, at least metabolically, chemically, right? Energetically. Unpaired positive ions are what give you radioactive, what do they call it? Oxidative stress, right? It is what contributes to like all kinds of diseases, cancer, right? Hypertension, cardiovascular disease, unpaired positive ions. What did I tell you about the nature of yang? When it does not have, when it's up here at the utmost, when it does not have a relationship with the yin, what did Lao Tzu say? That yang is always destructive in its nature. It's always destructive. And the only way it becomes beneficial is when it is anchored by yin. That's what the Chinese say. That's what Lao Tzu says. That's what Lao Tzu says. That the only way yang becomes beneficial, life-preserving, the only way it becomes something that serves instead of something that destroys is when it is paired with its mother. When it is, the quote is, anchored by its mother, subdued by its mother. This is the language they use. When it is bridled by its mother. You understand what I'm saying? And so when you're talking about negative ions, and I'm sure those of you who are into any kind of like alternative medicine or alternative healing, they'll tell you the place where you can go to, and the reason that negative ions are so quote healing and beneficial is because negative ions scour the whole system looking for these free radical causing unmatched positive ions. The negative ions, you breathe them in and they go in and start looking to connect themselves to these rowdy ass positive ions looking to destroy everything in its path. The negative ions will latch on to the positive ions and then make their energy inert. They become self again. You feel me? And so they tell you, if you feel like you have some rowdy ass positive ions through unclean air or through unclean food or through oxidative stress or emotional stress, then what you need to do is you need to go to the beach, because moving water produces negative ions. And just a couple of minutes at the beach, breathing deep, those negative ions coming off the ocean will have an actual healing benefit, because those negative ions will start scouring the system looking for these rogue ass positive ions to make inert, to make them now become part of self and beneficial as opposed to destructive, to go live by a waterfall or go live by a river or go live in some dense woods up in the mountain. These are all the places where you can get the benefit of bountiful amounts of negative ions. Negative ions, unlike positive ions, are never harmful, are always beneficial, Negative ions. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about something? So I'm thinking about this shit. And I'm thinking within the context of this positive sign right here, this positive sign right here that we always praying for, the positive, the light. And I just told you that we are living in the time in the age of utmost young, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, through which the mother has been completely removed. That's what this cross represents. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, for which the feminine energy is completely removed. This is utmost white. This is utmost yang. This is utmost destructive energy. And that the only way to cure it, the only way to resolve it, is for the emergence. This symbol is the symbol of the Christ. This is the symbol of the Christ. This is the symbol of the Christ. Okay? This is what is going to restore us all. This is what's going to heal the time of the desert. This is what's going to bridle. This is what's going to anchor the buck wilding, out of control, rowdy ass son. The buck wilding, rowdy ass son. Gone awry, gone astray, run the fuck amok. This is the only answer to it. Now, if you want me to get more specific, the Pope, Trump, any other white male leader, you feel me, is the personification of the time of the desert. So if this is the personification of the time of the desert, utmost destruction on earth, and I'm telling you that this is midnight on a dark moon, then what is the Antichrist if it is not the mother's reign and these black ass bitches that y'all hate so much? The reemergence of the mother is not some shit we waiting for. You feel me? The reemergence of the mother is not some shit we waiting for. The dragon, the serpent, the whore of Babylon that the New Testament speaks about as the face of the SUN in the next age is not some literal Leviathan coming up out the ocean. You feel me? All of those images, all of those symbols in the New Testament, exist right now in your black ass self that's sitting here watching what the fuck I'm saying right now. But your ass has been blinded and rocked to sleep through the images of this planet in the age of the desert. You heard the song? It's a song from the 70s. I forget who sang it. Blinded by the light. You have been blinded by the light, child. Blinded by the light. Y'all remember that song? You have been blinded by the light. And here you are every day praying for more light. If you're in the desert and your canteen is empty, you feel me? And it's high noon. So you still a good 6-7 hours away from dusk. And it's hot as hell in this desert. There ain't no oasis in sight. Your mouth dry because your canteen empty. There ain't no shade nowhere. Are you using your breath? What breath you have left? Are you using it to pray for more light? You on your last breath. You ain't got no water. Are you using it to pray for more light? I'm asking a real ass question. If you are in the desert at high noon with no water in sight, no shade in sight, no oasis in sight, and you on the brink, and you got a last breath to make a great valiant prayer to the great God that you believe in, is that last breath going to be spent on praying for more light and positivity? Are you going to be praying for light and positivity? You're going to be praying, oh my God, can the sun go down? Oh my God, I can't wait till it's dusk. Oh my God, can I find a tree? Oh my God, can I find a rock that can cast some shade, a shadow on me, a shade on me? Oh my God. Everything that you are going to be praying for in the desert, everything that you would be praying for at high noon in the desert, where even if you find a rock, because it's high noon, the rock can't cast no shadow. Everything that you are going to be praying for in the desert, in the age of the desert, is going to be the mother. It's going to be yin. Everything that you are going to be praying for in the desert is going to be yin. Everything that you're going to be praying for in the desert is yin. It's going to be the moon, because the moon, when the moon shines in the desert, guess what happened? Some dew going to form. Even in the desert, you're going to get some dew. You can lick some shit. You feel me? You're going to be praying for the moon. You're going to be praying for the trees of an oasis. You're going to be praying for water. You're going to say, damn, at least let me find a non-poisonous steak. I can kill that bitch and drink its blood. Yes, you will. You understand? You're going to be praying for the dark. You're going to be praying for the dark. You're going to be praying for shade. That's the mother. You're going to be praying for a shadow cast. That's the mother. In the age of the fucking desert, just like Lao Tzu said, in the age of the desert, this is a quote. Lao Tzu said this, the creator of yin yang theory and all that shit. He said, in all things, embrace the yin. In all things, embrace the yin. What does that mean? Embrace the dark. What does that mean? Embrace the blood. What does that mean? Embrace the earth. What does that mean? Embrace the water. What does that mean? All things yin. All things yin. In all things, embrace the yin. That's what he said. What y'all over here talking about and cracking up about? I must have missed something because somebody going off on something. Oh, but you know what? Tarot Destroyer, thank you. I know people was grinding you up, but you made me remember a point. A very, very valuable and important point. So you can be reactionary. That's okay, because you brought something back to my memory. Yes, you did, boo. Yes, you did. Let's see what you're talking about. She say, stop, boy. She say, Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the way, the truth, and the life. That's what Jesus said. Right? No one comes to the Father except through me. Let me tell you how this is an intervention. You must never practice black magic, be a fortune teller, a witch, or a sorcerer, cast spells, ask ghosts or spirits for help, or consult the dead. Deuteronomy 18:10-12. But you know what? Let me tell you why this is an intervention. Listen. She calls herself Tarot Destroyer. God bless her, but she don't even know she has just contributed to my breakthrough. You feel me? Because that's what I meant to tell you, and I got lost in all the other downloads that was coming through. Let me tell you what had happened. Okay, so remember, I don't think I have it in here. I can draw it again. But remember, I was telling you this was quite some time ago, and I got mad because some bitch stole it without citing me, because it don't exist nowhere else. So I know exactly where she got it, right? But anyway, I'm gonna draw it really quick. Thank you so much, Tarot Destroyer, because you just helped my mission. Thank you. Appreciate you for it. Appreciate you for it. Okay. So we got 1, 2, 3. See, that's the mother. That's the mother. That's the mother in her intervention, because I expressly meant to mention that and I got sidetracked. That's the mother's intervention, baby. All right. So this, and I'm about to blow y'all mind. Okay. Now y'all remember a long time ago, maybe 4 years ago, I showed y'all this image, right? This is the chakras, okay? And I was telling y'all know how the chakra, the heart, in all these Abrahamic religions, Christian religions, Catholicism and Christianity, always show either a heart, a cross at the heart, or Jesus with a cross in his heart, or a fire at the heart, right? But it's always this cross at the heart, right? And how the heart chakra is the crossroad. The reason that the cross is always shown at the heart is because the heart is the crossroads between the earthly chakras and the heavenly chakras. Okay? Y'all following? Okay. So you got your earthly chakras down here, which is all the chakras that rest below the heart. And then you got your heavenly chakras, which are all the chakras that rest above the heart. Why is there a cross pictured at the heart? I told y'all, yes, the Jesus shit, but just assume that Christians stole this shit, the cross at the heart. Just assume Christians stole that, okay? The reason that there is a cross shown at the heart I'm about to fuck y'all up is because the cross, the horizontal, because the horizontal arm of the cross represents, again, god damn it, the cross, the horizontal aspect of the cross represents what? The reason that the cross, the horizontal aspect of the cross, the reason for the cross is because it represents the horizon. This line right here is the horizon. You see that? This line here represents the horizon. So I wrote heaven and earth way down here, but heaven and earth is right here. Heaven and earth. And the line that we call the horizon is the space in between. It is the space in between. Okay? Follow me. The long line, obviously, is the line that connects this way, earth and heaven. Okay? Y'all following? Now, when I introduced this to you before, I said it was a Babalawo who, because every other Babalawo that I had ever met said that, I forget who they say. Is it Shango? I think they placed Shango at the heart chakra. This was the only Babalawo I'd ever heard that placed a shoe at the heart chakra, and he said it made sense because what? A shoe is the owner of the crossroads, right? A shoe is the owner of the crossroads. God damn. A shoe is the owner of the crossroads, and he is also what? The great messenger. He is the great messenger of Ifa tradition that allows for communication between humans and heaven, or humans and Olodumare, right? And so I was like, oh my God, it's right there in plain sight that these white people came all late in the game and added a J and an S, usurped the image and the characteristics of a shoe to apply on they great communicator, like the girl said. What she say? Hold on. What she say? What she say? What she ate? Right? She said, Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the light, and no one comes to the Father except through me. Right? So here Jesus say, no one from here, no one from earth comes to the heavenly realm but through me. That's why he's always pictured at the heart. In Catholicism, in Christianity, they always got Jesus inside a little heart, or Jesus with his heart made big and a little fire around it, right? Jesus is the heart. Jesus is the quote crossway point between the earthly realm and the heavenly realm, or you lowly humans down there trying to get to heaven. There is no way to the Father but through me. Jesus said, Eshu says, there's no way for humans to communicate with the ancestral realm or with the heavenly realm, but through what? Beginning and ending every ceremony, admonishing me, recognizing me, right? So that's the one thing. But guess what else hit me later? What do they say about Eshu? There's even different priestesses and priests who have whole workshops on the history of Christians likening Eshu to the devil. Y'all done heard that? The devil at the crossroads, through whom people go to the crossroads to, quote, make a deal at the crossroads with the devil so that they can become famous and rich and shit. And they always liken the devil to Eshu, who they have to meet at the crossroads in order to become enlightened enough to become great musicians. Isn't that what they say about what's his name? What's his name? Oh, I can't remember the blues musician who is most famous for that story, right? And so if they liken Jesus to the devil, but in Ifa tradition, they recognize that Eshu's characteristics in his story in the tradition is actually more like Jesus, especially when you start reading the story of how Eshu, aka Alegba, was born, right? Then this would make sense. What the Gnostics used to say about how Jesus and the snake were one and the same. They were two personifications of the same, quote, Messiah. So if Eshu is aka the devil and Jesus is aka the Messiah, hold on. Right? Ain't they one and the same? Ain't they one and the same? Now, let me get deeper on you. Okay. Where did I write that at? Ooh, where did I write that at? Oh, what was I saying earlier? Ooh, where did I write that at? God damn it. Fuck. It was about the fish. Right? Okay. So let me try not to lose my thought. All right. So we got the cross here. We got heaven and earth. I remember. I wrote it somewhere. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. It was. Where did I write that? It was it in here? Damn, where did I write that at? It came to me today, right before I got the fuck up on here. Fuck. And I don't remember where I wrote it. But I can remember. Okay. All right. Let me stay on point. All right. So we got the Jesus fish. Let me show it to you this way. We got this fish. Okay. Now this fish, right, which is the vagina open, with the cross in it, is the vagina open, preparing for birth. Okay. This fish. All right. The vagina as the fish. Okay. And this is what? This is Vesica Pisces, right? The Jesus fish. This is also called, after they hijacked it, right? But what does the phrase Vesica Pisces translate to? It translates to Robert Johnson. Thank you so much. It translates to Vesica Pisces, translates to vessel of the fish. Vessel of the fish. So this is what was usurped in Christianity, the fish. All right. Stay there. So that is the vagina as its opening to deliver. Okay? Remember what we read yesterday, which is how I got on this diatribe in the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. Remember what we read the other day and how we was all up in here subdued, choked, gagged, because she said the image of these serpents throughout every culture in society was never representative of the male penis like we had always been taught. The penis is not represented as the serpent. That the serpent, aka what? The enveloper, was always seen as the vaginal canal. And the vagina, what? The vagina as the mouth that envelops, or the mouth that receives the penis. Isn't that what she said? She said y'all had it wrong. The serpent imagery, the serpent imagery throughout history is not the penis. It's another usurpation of the mother's image. You heard? Sons of Brahmana, look, y'all got to work with me. I got to make my coins how I can make my coins. I have the commercials set at 18-minute intervals, which seems like a lot, but it really isn't, because if I was trying to put it on automatic, they would have the commercials literally showing every 5 minutes. Y'all got to rock with me. It's the only way that I can, that's what the whole thing is for, is if you watch the commercials, you feel me? That's how I can get paid. You feel me? So, and I can't do them any longer apart than that. 18 minutes, I think, is fair. Anyway, so she's saying in the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets that it was the serpent as male, the serpent as synonymous with the penis, was a usurpation again of the mother's power. That she details all throughout the different religions or traditions, how the serpent was the vaginal canal and the vagina was, quote, the mouth of the serpent that envelops the penis. Why is this important? This fish imagery and the serpent imagery. The serpent imagery and the fish imagery. What are they saying in relationship to this? In relationship to this, let's draw a little snake down here. Y'all about to be fucked up. Based on what I just told you about the vagina and about the serpent being the vaginal canal, why is this relevant to this right here? Somebody try me, because I'm gonna have to work this out better. This is just me brainstorming some shit I've been working on the last few days after we read that shit, right? But tell me how these two images relate to this right here, and particularly these motherfuckers right here, Eshu and Jesus. Anybody venture a guess? All right, I'll just give it to you. Okay. I was reading today from Barbara Walker's other book, The Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. So this is her older book. And I found a symbol. I did. Okay. So this symbol here, which is called the mandala. Okay. See that little symbol right there that looks kind of like our Vesica Pisces, but without the two little arms on the back end? The mandorla, right? So this is a symbol that means almond. And so in the ancient period, almonds too were a symbol of the vagina. Okay. And so I'm gonna just read really quick. It says the mandala means almond, which is one of the more cryptic synonyms for this symbol, also known as the Vesica Pisces, the vessel of the fish, and more simply as the yoni. Almonds were female genital symbols and maternity charms from very ancient times. The virgin birth of the god Attis was conceived by a magical almond. Even the Israelites' tabernacle made tabernacle made use of its fertility manna in Exodus 37:20, and Aaron's rod produced almonds in token of a general power of fruitification. Let's see. Okay, although the yonic meaning of this sign was well known in the ancient world, it carried such sacred overtones that Christian artists seized upon it to frame the figures of saints, the Virgin, or Christ. Christian mystics redefined the mandorla as the arcs of two circles. So when you draw two circles together, within it, that little mandorla will form, right? Two interlocked circles, right? And there you got it. Okay. See, there it is again, the mandorla. And so it said Christian mystics redefined the mandorla as the arcs of two circles, left for the female matter and right for the male spirit. Come the fuck on. Oh my God. Okay. So it said that the left was for the female and the right was for the male of these two circles. Okay. It's just everywhere. Like the deeper it gets, the deeper it goes. And the male was about female matter and male spirit. Even God himself appeared sometimes incongruously enclosed in this female genital emblem. A well-known 12th century panel in Chartres Cathedral shows Christ of the Apocalypse within a mandorla. Christ of the Apocalypse within the mandorla, within unintentional double entendre. The mandorla was sometimes piously interpreted as a gateway to heaven, as a gateway to heaven, as a gateway to heaven. Okay. Listen, this thing that they're calling a mandorla, right? The Vesica Pisces that they're calling a mandorla, the serpent, right? And the fish, right? Heaven as male, matter, earth as female. Listen, the crossroads being the cross point of the vaginal opening, right? The crossroads, right? What am I getting at? The mandorla, another name or another phrase I found for this almond is called the two-sided gateway. The two-sided gateway. The two-sided gateway. What does that mean? What does that mean? The two-sided gateway. Based on what we just learned yesterday around the serpent and today around the fish, what does the two-sided gateway mean? You come, what did I tell you? This crosswords represented, and Jesus said, based on this girl that was up on here talking about we was witches and shit. That's cool, right? There is from here, from earth, there is but one way to the Father, and that is through me, right? But if the heart chakra is not a representation of these sun figures, but instead a representation of their mother, then the fish is the ability to take abstract heavenly energy and condense it and transform it to allow it to incarnate into matter on earth. And at the same time, as a gateway, a two-sided gateway, it can take earth, it can take matter. What did they say about the serpent? It can take matter and allow it to come into it to achieve enlightenment. What does she say? What does she say? This is the serpent. What does she say? When we was reading that shit the other day about the king, I said, this is porn we just read. It's beautiful and it sounds all esoteric, but this porn we just read. The king as the representation of God on earth, talking about Egypt, and the queen, his queen, as the representation of the goddess on earth. What did they call her? The serpent of the Nile, right? That when they say that she, as the great enveloper, whose her mouth as Satan opens to envelop and take in the king's penis, what happens in this metaphorical moment? His kundalini, the serpent, the aspect of his mother that still exists in him, because the kundalini, what do the Vedas say? The kundalini is feminine, period. The kundalini's energy that exists in every human, the coiled serpent at the base of their spine, is their mother's energy. In them, mommy and I are one. This kundalini is the feminine essence that has the ability to travel up the spinal column and spring forward from out the forehead, indicating that moment of enlightenment. So he said he tapped his boo, he tapped his queen as the personification of the goddess on earth, the serpent of the Nile. And he was like, wake your serpent. That's what he said. He said, wake your serpent. And what he say? The thing said, she as the great enveloper. Why is she the great enveloper? Because her vaginal canal is the serpent for whose mouth opens to envelop the representation of the sun god Ra on earth. This is her husband. She takes him into her, and in this act, she stimulates his kundalini, and allows for his kundalini through a relationship to his consciousness to what? Spring forward and let him bust a nut. And when he is able to bust that nut, you feel me? Through the stimulating of his kundalini, right? Then what happens? The story say he falls into a deep sleep where he, as the personification of Ra on earth, now his wife, having assisted him, can help him in his journey through the underworld on his solar boat. It means he can get a good deep ass sleep because he done hit his kundalini rising up, then allowed him to bust another. Now he can sleep deep. Now he can sleep good. That's what the story is, right? So he can experience his movement as Ra, personified in the flesh, the stimulating of his kundalini, his sleeping serpent. It is through his engagement, his being enveloped by the serpent in her body, that allows for that sleeping serpent to spring what? He as matter, he as, quote, raw in the flesh, to allow him to spring forward from his material manifestation, passing through what? The fish, bitch. Entering the serpent, which is her vaginal canal, through here. This the mouth. The fish is the mouth. The fish is the opening. The serpent is the vaginal canal. And it is only through these things here that he can pass from the material realm into the heavenly realm, that he can achieve enlightenment, even as he exists in the flesh. It is only through here. It is only through the Kundalini. It is only through the fucking fish that he can, what the heart chakra say here? There is no way to heaven but through me. That's these two right here. There is no way to heaven but through me. There is no way to heaven but through me, the serpent in the woman's body, the entry, the mouth as the Vesica Pisces. Not only do I allow you in your material experience to experience heaven as a two-way portal, but I transform you as your mama from abstract, bountiful energy into the material realm, the two-way portal. You can experience heaven on earth. You can experience heaven through your material existence, through entering me. You can experience heaven on earth. And guess what? When you transition, when you go back into the Vesica and the serpent of our Mother Earth, when you buried in the ground, guess what? She prepares you for me to receive you again from spiritual abstraction into condensed material force, to reincarnate back on earth, back into the material plane. That's what it means for these two entities here to represent the two-way portal, the life giver and the receiver of matter to give light, to give enlightenment. Why you still in here in flesh? How y'all feel about that? And I could get a little bit deeper. I can get a little bit deeper because we talk about the Vesica and the cross, which is presented in the center of the Vesica as the mother's open vagina, preparing the unseen to become seen, the abstract spiritual petitioner to become a material force with their own destiny. It is the mother as the gateway. It is the mother as the portal that allows for that to happen. And she gives birth to this son who is now able to experience heaven through her in the flesh. Who is heaven through the flesh? Anybody born with a uterus, with a gateway in their body. The two-way portal, the giver of actual material life. And then once you incarnate as male, the receiver of energetic, spiritual life through the same opening, through the same portal, through the same gateway. But what you're seeing, to experience heaven on earth, where one must have the capacity to experience unconditional love, more than yogi version. Absolutely. What I was just going to say is the problem is there are people out there now, yogis, mystics, and all of that, who are teaching Kundalini yoga as a way to stimulate the Kundalini, right? To, quote, achieve enlightenment without this sacred union between the all-powerful enveloper, the serpent within the woman's body, right? So now you've got these yogis, meditating and, and chanting and doing all of this stuff to achieve enlightenment, doing all of this stuff because even as they want to experience enlightenment, they want to experience heaven in the flesh, heaven in the material realm, heaven on earth, they want to bypass because of their hatred for the female body, because of their envy of the female power. They want to bypass the serpent and the vesica. They want to bypass that to achieve enlightenment. They want to, so they got to do all of these extra things. They can achieve it, right? They can, but they bypass it. So what did I tell you? Because of the power of women, because of the power of being born with uteruses, literal portals, literal gateways in our bodies, we don't have to do as much to tap into magic, to tap into heaven, to tap into the unseen, the mystical, the deep, the dark, the mysterious. We don't have to do half as much. That's why these men praying 24 hours a day, chanting, counting malas, oming, circling the Kaaba, praying to the east 4, 5, 10, 12 times a day. Because they want to bypass because of their hatred for their mother. They want to bypass because of their hatred, because of their envy of the mother. They want to bypass enlightenment. They want to bypass organic heavenly ecstasy. They want to bypass spiritual profundity. They want to bypass it. They want to achieve magic. They want to achieve power by bypassing the sacred portal, by controlling the sacred portal, by subduing the sacred portal, by oppressing the sacred portal. So because they are subduing, bypassing, oppressing, imprisoning, murdering the sacred portal, they have to do all this extra ass shit to tap into magic. But the only magic that they can tap into is wicked. It's evil. It's diabolical. It's monstrous. And little do they know that just by living in proximity to portal carrying humans, if they were living in proximity with love, like Sister mentioned, unconditional love, profound respect and reverence for, securing the sovereignty of the portals in their proximity, that they too could experience the gravity of the power, magic, and the power and the magic that we possess in our bodies, that we always share that with them. But they're not ready to share. So they subdue, they oppress, they rape, they destroy the portal, you see, and are always thirsty for, always hungry for, no matter how many crimes they commit against women's body, they are always vacant. So they're always seeking, always vacant, never knowing that the answer is staring them literally right in the face. That everything that you are seeking, everything that you are thirsty for, everything that you are hungry for, all it requires is a tiny shift, and the world will open up for you. The world will open up for you. In this story about this emperor, this king, this pharaoh, right? In the little porno story I just told you, he was the personification of God on earth, God in the material realm, right? He was the personification of God on earth. His wife was not below him. His wife was the personification of the goddess on earth. She, who everybody recognized as the serpent of the Nile, life-giving force in the material world. His relationship was not one of hierarchies between him and his wife, you see. And so, great, I was waiting for you to say the Kundalini. They say the woman is behind the veil. Yes to it. Okay. Yeah. Right on, everybody. Right on. So anyway, this story here of Jesus and Eshu, for that matter, somebody gonna be mad, because the story of Jesus and Eshu is quite similar. When the Orisha come to prepare the earth, you understand, for human beings, to get ready to live on the planet. How does anybody remember how Eshu was born? How Eshu was conceived? Oshun was the only, I'm just going to tell y'all, Oshun was the only Orisha present that was female. All the other Orishas that came to prepare the earth for humans were, quote, male. She was the only female. And she is the keeper of what? Honey and fresh water. The honey bee and fresh water. The only two things that everything on earth require for its existence. She is the governess of honeybees and fresh water. Could nothing on the planet survive without her, right? And in this preparing of the earth, the male Orisha was treating her real janky. They was real disrespectful. They would ignore her. They wouldn't bring her into the meetings. They was hella disrespectful. And she was like, you know what? Olodumare sent me here too. So there are some things that I can contribute. Y'all, everything y'all put y'all hands on is fucking up, but y'all don't want no insight from me. So y'all got it. Y'all don't need me here. Y'all got it. And so the story is what? That she leaves Earth and goes to the moon. This story is in a lot of mythologies, not just Ifa. So she goes to the moon. And she's like, fuck you niggas. Y'all got it? Cool, y'all got it. And as soon as she left, everything fell into absolute chaos. Nothing would grow. Everything that had grown was dying. Because when she left, what did she do? She removed fresh water and the honeybee. She took her shit. She took her power with her. Y'all got it. Y'all don't need my. Okay, y'all got it. And so everything descended into chaos rapidly. And so all the Orisha, they go to Olorun. They're like, yo, Baba, everything you told us to do, we doing exactly how you said do. And he's like, stop talking. I sent another one. Where Oshun at? Oh, she got an attitude and she went to the moon. And they was like, he said, well, what y'all do to her? It was like she was just getting in the way. She was talking all the time. She was getting in the way. And she got mad when we wasn't trying to hear that shit. And so she went to the moon. And he said, what y'all gonna do is y'all gonna take y'all ass back to Earth. And y'all are going to say prayers and make offerings and beg her forgiveness. That's what y'all gonna do. Y'all gonna go back to Earth and beg Oshun's forgiveness. And then once she come back, you gonna do everything she say. Everything she say, you gonna do it exactly how she say. And they was mad, but they went back to Earth, made the offerings, did the rituals, said the prayers, sang the songs, and Oshun reluctantly came back to Earth. And as soon as she started directing them on you do this, you do that, you do this, shit just started flourishing, like out of nowhere. Just everything just started harmoniously prospering, just blowing up, right? But she still had an attitude. She was like, I ain't forgot about how y'all niggas treated me while I was here. That's some bullshit, and I still got an attitude. Because what did they say about our Oshun? She know how to hold a grudge, right? And so I came down here because Baba sent me to do a task. But y'all, I ain't forgot what y'all did. She said, as a matter of fact, I got such an attitude that I'm going to make myself pregnant. That's what she said. She said, I'm going to make myself pregnant. And y'all better hope that the child that I have is not a female. Because if I have a female child, I'm wreaking havoc on y'all. I'm wreaking havoc on everything male. And in that moment, this is how the story goes. So there's some suspect shit up in here. You feel me? But this is supposedly an explanation of a transition in time. At the moment that she makes this declaration that y'all better hope that the baby in my belly is a male. Because if I have a female, I'm taking revenge on how y'all treated me because I'm female, right? At the moment that she made that declaration, it is said that Obatala intervened in her pregnancy, and at that moment changed the female baby in her body to a male. And this is who would become Alegba, aka Eshu. But in that moment that she made this declaration of revenge, he changed the female baby in her body from female to male, right? And so Eshu too was, now listen, Eshu, according to this mythology, according to this Odu, was supposed to be born a female. Okay? Let me just tell you how spirit be up in here fucking with me. I didn't even think it was going to be relevant. I just thought it was funny. I was on Facebook and I saw this picture on this atheist Facebook group, and the picture was a picture of Jesus flying in front of the cross, not hanging from the cross, flying in front of the cross, but still positioned on the cross. And Jesus, you can still tell it was Jesus-esque, but Jesus was a female. As a matter of fact, Jesus had facial hair and was dressed in a tutu, like a ballerina outfit, and had teddies, right? So, Jesus was androgynous. Let me put it like that. And I was like, isn't this funny? Somebody gonna be mad. I didn't think nothing about it. But I'm just telling you this story about how a shoe came to be male, is that Obatala hijacked Oshun's pregnancy. She, the great mother who turned on herself to impregnate herself. And if she turns on herself to impregnate herself, what do we call this? Parthenogenesis. And if it is a process of parthenogenesis, what is parthenogenesis? What parthenogenesis? It is a cloning process, meaning she can only give birth to girls. But Obatala, fearing her judgment, being one of the males that disrespected her, intervened in her pregnancy and turned this female baby in her body into a male. Same thing with the Virgin Mary. If she had not had sex, which she hadn't, and based on the story was, quote, if she did, that's asexual reproduction. What is asexual reproduction if it is not parthenogenesis? So Jesus too should have been a girl. But what happened? An angel came and put a male baby in her body, no different than Obatala as the great white light, taking and transforming the female baby in Oshun's uterus and transforming that baby into a male. Do these stories sound alike or no? And here I'm telling you, hidden in plain sight, the usurpation of the mythology of Eshu, later on down the line, becoming the mythology of Jesus, the great communicator between heaven and earth, both of them, the owner of the crossroads, both of them, both of their images being, so yes, the Hebrews may have usurped the image, the Christians may have usurped the image of Eshu to become Jesus, but both Eshu and Jesus alike being as the great messenger between the earthly realm and the heavenly realm, governing, being represented as the cross of the horizon, both of them being the representative of the cross of the horizon. You feel me? Then if that is the case, then both of them, both Eshu and Jesus, are the usurpers of the mother's images, of the mother's ability to be a gateway between the point of the horizon, the heavenly realm and the earthly realm, as a two-way gate, as a two-sided gate that can allow you to reach heaven in the flesh through her, and that can allow you to reach earth from heaven through her. And there is no way between the realms but through her. What did Jesus say? There is no way to the Father in heaven but through me. What did Eshu say? You must acknowledge me at the beginning and the ending, the space in between, the beginning and the ending of every ritual, in order for me to take your messages from the earthly realm into the heavenly realm. Isn't this two sides of the same story? Eshu say, it starts here to get to here. Jesus say, there is no way here, but there is no way from here, but there is no way from here to here, but through me. Ashu communicating to the down. Same thing. You feel me? Both of them, Ashu and Jesus, are a usurpation of the mother's divine power as the two-way or the two-sided gateway. Here again, two male images usurping the mother's great divine power as both deliverer into the material realm and taker and recipient of the flesh to experience the heavenly realm in the flesh. And the last thing I want to say, and then I'm gonna get up off of here. The last thing I want to say is also with that thing that I just said, if Jesus as the Messiah is represented by the fish, if Jesus as the Messiah in the Piscean age is represented by the fish, and according to the Gnostics, Jesus as the Messiah represented in the age of Aquarius will be this. Here we are in the year of the snake. Here we are in the year of the snake, transitioning from the Piscean age to the Aquarian age. And here we are, not only the year of the snake, 2 subsequent years, the year of the dragon and the year of the snake that we just transitioned out of, that transition being guarded by she who rests in these spaces between all things, she who represents the horizon. Oh yeah, she who represents that moment that we transition from the earthly realm to the heavenly realm, or the heavenly realm to the earthly realm. What did I say? She is present at the moment that the sperm is allowed to penetrate the egg, the spark of light that we can see now in under a microscope camera, right? She who rests in the space between all things, she who represents the horizon that separates that space in between where heaven starts and the terrestrial realm begins. This transition from the Piscean age to the Aquarian age is represented as the 2 different faces or personifications of the Messiah, according to the Gnostics, from the fish imagery to the serpent energy. And the governess of the whole process is Oya. I know that was a lot, but what did we say? In the end, when we talked about the precession of the equinoxes, that the Pisces is the end in both journeys around the zodiacal chart, whether it is the precession of the equinoxes going clockwise, or whether it is our annual journey through the zodiacal sign going counterclockwise. The Pisces is always the last sign. But in the precession of the equinoxes, this year alone, for the first time in 25,000 years, Aquarius is the first sign of this age and of the great year, which is 25,000 years. The first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. All being ushered in under this magnanimous sign, which is the planet Pluto in her 20-year transition through the sign of Aquarius, her husband, aka Shango. This 20 years represents the great galactic like seed planting period. This 20 years of whatever the most radical thing that we can create, the most radical thing that we can imagine can be made real. But we have to speak it out loud. What does Shango say? With courage and audacity. Be prepared for all of the chaos that comes with radical transformation, knowing that on the end, on the backside of every storm, is growth and evolution, blessings, bountiful. So don't let the noise of these motherfuckers in positions of power distract you and dissuade you. Damn, this was deep. I didn't mean to get that deep. But I'm telling y'all, this way has been coming through all week. It's the way it's been coming through all week. It's been Stay in my progress. I'm telling you, child, I got shit to do, and it's been stay in my progress, but whatever. So let me see if there's anything else significant I need to tell you about this particular thing. Everything, whether it's the Chinese zodiac or whether it's the regular astrology, everything is saying the same thing. Speak everything out loud. Everything is saying that. Invent new ways of communication. Everything is saying that. Be innovative. Collective process. Groupings, even if it's just groups of 3. Everything that you would normally do, especially where ritual or ceremony is concerned, try to do it in a minimum of groups of 3. Speak everything out loud. Unity of will and purpose, right? Also about using our voice better, communicating better. Communication is huge all over the next 2 weeks of the astrology, right? Okay, so that, all right. Another thing that's coming up a lot is the importance of embracing the unknown and the unfamiliar. That's how we get caught up, as we're so deathly afraid of the future. We're so deathly afraid of change. So when somebody's quote starts attacking the Constitution, we go into crisis because we cannot imagine creating a guiding document that we create that serves us better than this thing that we have ritualized called the Constitution. So embrace the unknown, embrace the unfamiliar. What did I say about the coming of the Antichrist? The Antichrist is the mother. It's the dark. It's the hidden. It's the deep. But she is always beneficial. She is always beneficial. She is always beneficial. She is needed to be raised up right now to anchor her unpartnered, unpaired son that's wreaking havoc all over the planet. It is important for her to be emboldened, for her to expand so that she has the energy and the power to anchor her unruly son. To anchor her unruly son. So that he is no longer destructive, but now can be he can be I ain't gonna get that deep. But anyway, so embrace the unfamiliar, embrace the unknown. I'm telling y'all all the time, stop praying for the fucking light. Stop praying for quote positivity. Stop saying that shit. This is about the establishment of universal harmony. And if you've been praying for the light, praying for the light, praying for the light, praying for positivity, praying for goddamn 6,000 years, you feel me? There is no harmonious balance in that. Seeing anything, quote, dark as, quote, negative, as, quote, synonymous with bad for 6,000 years, it's no wonder that we're living in the age of the desert. That in taking that shit into ourselves and speaking that shit out loud, we have emboldened the sun awry, the sun unruly, the sun, what? Descending into the madness of the king. We've given our energy, we've given our prayers to the light gone astray. Now it is time to to change those prayers, to I embrace the unknown, I embrace the unfamiliar, I embrace the new, I embrace change, I embrace the dark. I embrace the dark. Because it is the dark through which I emerged. It is the nurturing. It is the comforting. It is the certainty of the dark through which I emerged, through which I evolved in your mother's belly and couldn't see shit. You was in the dark. You wasn't raging against it. You was in the dark. You was completely enveloped by the dark. Embrace the dark. Pray in the dark. Conduct ritual in the dark. You feel me? At night, in the open, in groups, not in secret, in groups, out loud, in the open. All right? Speak your desires, not your fears. That is huge. Speak your desires, not your fears. What does that mean? The same thing I'm telling you. If we're going to establish institutions of dual and contending power, then we cannot keep using our mouth to vomit out the narrative that is imposed on us in our fear, in our despair, and all that shit with this election and these weirdos that have, staged this contest at the White House. All we talking about all day yesterday, all I saw was black people lamenting and woeing and raging and shit like that. Only speak your desires. Never speak your fears. It doesn't mean ignore. It doesn't mean don't acknowledge. It means if you're going to create an institution of dual and contending power, then you have to speak that institution of dual and contending power. If you see what it is falling apart, there is something that you have grown accustomed to, and it's concerning, speak its opposition. I am so grateful the opportunity has opened up for us to create a world that's better, in direct opposition to what you see happening on the news every day. Oh my God, this is such an amazing opportunity for us to actually, erect a world that is better, to participate in a world that is better. We have been freed up from the binds imposed on us. Now we can construct the new. This shit is literally decomposing in front of us. Now we can create the new. This is exciting. This is exciting. Thank you for the evidence every day of the weakness of my enemy. That's what we're witnessing. Thank you, Mother, for the evidence every day of the weakness of my enemy, the fallibility of my enemy. Thank you. Thank you for that. The more desperate they get, the more certain I am. Thank you. Thank you for this revelation, all y'all. Thank you for this revelation. Now, assist me in moving through it as peacefully and painlessly as I can. Thank you for this revelation. Thank you, Grace Jackson. I can't wait to read it. I can't wait to read it. Right? This was in the astrology for the regular astrology. This was in the Chinese astrology. And the other thing is that I've been meditating on a lot. I haven't dug that deep into yet, but I've been meditating on it a lot, is this idea of the serpent. And that's how I got on the whisper thing. The serpent, and whenever we see movies or whatever where a serpent can speak, it's like a hiss. It's like a whisper, right? Like where they call it parcel tongue in Harry Potter, right? And also when I was telling you the alternate story about how Cassandra got her powers, remember the common story is that Apollo got mad, gave her the gift of foresight because he was trying to woo her, and he got mad when she didn't return his affection, so he cursed the gift and made it so she could see the future, but only terrible futures, and nobody would believe her. I was like, I don't like that story. That's that bullshit. You feel me? Then I read only recently, and never heard the story before, but I heard a alternative version of that story where, because Cassandra was a priestess in the temple of Athena, and she was like, she was really devoted. She was really devoted to Athena. That one day, while praying, she fell asleep in Athena's temple at the foot of Athena's, Athena's statue. And when she fell asleep, I love this story more. This is the one I accept. When she fell asleep, it said that two serpents crawled up to her and at the same time whispered in her ear. And when she awoke, she had the gift of foresight. What does that sound like? Two serpents, while she slept, came and whispered the secret in her ear. And when she woke, she was able to see the future. Sound like Kundalini shit to me. Sound like sacred magic shit to me. So this is the story. So I've been meditating on all this, like me as Cassandra, right? Having heard this other terrible story all my life about Cassandra, right? And then reading recently this other alternative story about Cassandra and her ability to see the future, and that it was gifted to her by the goddess who sent two serpents to come and whisper to her in her ear while she slept to give her this sacred gift. And so in this transition into this snake, this yin this green yin wood snake year. I've been thinking about that a lot for the last maybe 3 or 4 days. Like, okay, the whisper thing, like Googling everything I can about whispering, like whisper music and like, whisper in the occult. It's a deep dive, y'all. But also thinking about like this theme, especially in the second Harry Potter movie. I was like, damn, I got to go back and rewatch the second Harry Potter movie, because it's all about this basilisk that lives under the school and that's whispering to all the kids, he's whispering through the walls, all of these things, and possessing these kids or whatever. But the only person that can hear what he's saying where it sounds like English is Harry Potter, because Harry Potter too speaks Parseltongue. There's a lot of symbolism in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets that I got to go back and like analyze through a different lens, because even he's got the lightning bolt on his forehead, right? He has the ability to speak to serpents, even though he's the quote quintessential good guy, that he as the quintessential good guy, right? Who is in the house of Gryffindor, right? A bird type thing. You feel me? And when he goes to the Sorting Hat, the Sorting Hat tells him you could be a really good Slytherin. And then Harry says, I don't want to be a Slytherin. House of the Serpent. I don't want to be a Slytherin. I want to be in Gryffindor. There's a lot there. I might have to go back and analyze that whole thing. But anyway, I've just been thinking about the serpent a lot. Because nobody is talking about the deep shit when they're talking about the year of the serpent and the significance of the serpent. It's still just this very shallow, superficial, base level. Oh, you're shedding your past and, transformation and, that's it. Everybody. Talking the same shit. I was like, can we get something deeper? There's a message that's deeper about the significance of this year, because the significance of the Chinese New Year and the year of the snake is not just significant in and of itself. It's happening still within the context of the fact that this is the first year of Pluto's relationship, Pluto's transition into Aquarius for the first time in 250 years. There is something deeper for us to be extracting about how we need to make moves in this year, baby. What we need to do in this year. So that's at least the starting point. Speak your desires. Speak your desires, not your fears. Aquarius takes radical ideas. I love this. Aquarius takes radical ideas and shapes them and gives them form in the tangible realm. Devise a concrete plan and vision collectively. This is the energy of Saturn. So this guy was telling y'all about this astrologer that I saw the night before last, who blew my mind. He said all we hear about Saturn is like burden and woe and restriction and boundaries and difficulty with money. He said, but the boundaries of Saturn aren't just these heavy boundaries. The boundaries also that Saturn represents is the form, the boundaries, the form that Saturn can assist in giving shape to a new idea. Saturn, again, governing boundaries, can create the boundaries of your new ideas, of your new vision, of your new ideas. Saturn can create the boundaries, meaning it can make it happen in the material realm. That's the boundaries. That's the energy of Saturn. I was like, yes. And then I hear another astrologer say that the significance, who is ruled by both Uranus and Saturn, the energy of Aquarius takes radical ideas, shapes them, and gives them form in the material realm. Devise a plan and a vision collectively. Right? Embrace the dark. I just said that. Not only the dark as the unseen future, the unknown, but also the forgotten, the hidden, and the new. These are all the realms of the dark, the forgotten, the hidden, and the new. That's why I be teaching y'all everything through the perspective of the goddess's eyes, because that's the forgotten, that's the hidden. That's why I be teaching y'all about everything about women, women's history that we've never known, is because that's the forgotten, that's the hidden. You feel me? I'm also gonna rewatch Ballad of the Birds and the Snakes. Yeah, I just watched it recently. I gotta rewatch it too. There's a lot there. Especially, oh, well, you know what? You're right, Grace, because that whole thing about her being the singer and how she's able to make moves nobody else is able to make. She's able to win hearts that are typically hardened toward her class. She's able to win hearts through her song. People who otherwise, these are the people from the little rich fancy thing. All of a sudden, they rooting for her. Why? Because the power of the song. She's able to hypnotize the snakes with the power of the song. There's something there. There's something there. Right? Also, Uranus retrograde in Taurus ends the next day, the day after tomorrow. And so this supposedly represents a massive turn of fate, a massive turn of fate. And it says to be mindful to take chances of huge gains and breakthrough ideas that will be coming this week. The tomorrow is a master day number. It's the number 29, which, you know, added down numerologically is a number 11 day, the energy of a master number, right? And then there's a couple of more things, and then y'all should have plenty enough to like formulate some kind of ritual to conduct based on the stuff that I've given. Okay. So there is a quote, I think it was by Huey P. Newton. Power, the word power is the ability, let me not misquote it. What is it? Power is the ability to define phenomena and make it act in a desired manner. Do y'all hear what I just said? Power is the ability to define a phenomena and make it act in a desired manner. We do not accept the definitions of reality given to us or imposed on us. We determine, we define what reality is, and then we make reality move the way we say. I hope that was clear. We do not accept reality as it is defined for us. The power is the ability to define phenomena and make it act in a desired manner. This is what it means to establish institutions of dual and contending power. You feel me? This is what it means. And so I've given you examples of how we've already done that this year. How we've already done that in this last year. That we pulled some pretty extraordinary jack moves in this last year. Now we got plenty to build upon, plenty to add to. Okay. Let me tell you. So one of the things that it's something that I have to go into a deep dive on one of these days. Big, and it's got to be this year. Thank you so much for the donation, Java Watson. I appreciate you so much. I really do. Thank you so much for the donation. And I'll take that as a segue. If you need a reading between now and the rest of the week, because the whole week is huge. If you need a reading, email me at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. 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 You can also make a donation. Like I said, I am I'm right in the height of trying to prevent myself from being evicted from my apartment. So I have to come up with this money by the 4th. So these readings, the 5 elements theory consultation, if you want to book that, if you are local and would like to book a hands-on healing session, or if you want to make a donation, EvoEmeTemp is how you can donate through Zelle. You can donate through Venmo at Cassandra-Floyd. That's Cassandra with 2 S's. You can donate through PayPal at @Iyapo Ngina. That's IYA. That's IYAPONGINA. And then you can also make a donation through Cashapp, which is $DaughterOfTheFates, just like my YouTube channel. Okay, so the reason I paused there for a second is because when I told y'all I was doing the little research about like the serpent, in the Bible, it says the serpent translates to Nahash in Hebrew, which means, listen, serpent translates to Nahash in Hebrew, which literally means to whisper, to enchant, or to divine. Serpent means to whisper, to enchant, or to divine. Okay. Then there was another when I put serpent in there let's see if it'll do that. Okay. Zelle is EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. That's also what you can use to book a reading with me or a consultation. PayPal is @IYAPONGINA. Venmo is Cassandra-Floyd. That's why I miss StreamYard, but it was always fucking up my streams. It was always fucking up my recordings, but I love StreamYard because I didn't have to do this. It was just panning across the bottom. And then, yes, I can do a Western Union. Email me at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. It's in the chat here, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. I appreciate you. And then the last one, so that was PayPal, Venmo, Zelle, and Cash App. Cash App is $daughter of the Fates. Okay, I appreciate y'all. Like I said, there's supposed to be a moratorium for people who were impacted in any way by the fires, and like a rent moratorium, but nobody's enforcing the moratorium. Not only a rent moratorium on the prevention of evictions, but also a rent moratorium on prevention of rent increases during this period of time, around the fires. And they're saying how all these freaking corporations are jacking up the rent all over the city, like crazy hikes on the rent all over the city. Not just the rent. I went to go get a freaking dozen of eggs the other day, and the cheapest eggs for a dozen of eggs was $13.99 for a dozen of eggs in a city where people are still all over this. They're saying there's 50,000 people still living in shelters. $13.99 for a dozen of off-brand eggs, y'all. And so I went to another store. I had to go far away, and the cheapest dozen of eggs they had was $8.99. So I had to get them. You feel me? And so not only, the damn, what do they call it? The price house, They talk about, how they put a moratorium on no price gouging. Ain't nobody enforcing that. They talked about how they put a moratorium so that there were no the evictions, nobody could be evicted, and nobody and no rent hikes could happen. That they ain't nobody enforcing that. I swear, maybe a week. It wasn't even a week. It was like days after the last fires were out. So it was like last Tuesday was when I got the notice. Last Tuesday, and I spent days, you feel me, just trying to figure out how to solve it on my own. But since the fire started, I have had 4 clients in 2.5 weeks. 4. So that's the other thing, is people who might not have had their places directly impacted by the fire itself. It's just a ricochet effect of how many, gig workers have been negatively impacted. I'm a gig worker. The majority of the people who I'm putting my hands on are people that live in these areas that have been fucking devastated by fire. The shit is crazy, and I haven't lamented over it. But this shit was just really revealing of the failure of infrastructure in the city, especially to deal with like a crisis. The shit is really glaring. There are more like nonprofits and like activist organizations doing light years more than the institutions that are supposedly constructed to do that in the city. Like, it's just wild. Okay. All right. So another interpretation of the word serpent, when I was looking up just information about like serpent meaning and imagery from different places, another interpretation of the word serpent is, quote, she who whispers. She who whispers. In Hebrew, the word serpent translates to nahash, which means to whisper, to enchant, to divine. In another, I think it was Greek maybe, it means she who whispers. The word serpent means she who whispers. Right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of other stuff. There's a lot of man. If I could like study the way I want to, we'd already be put on game. There was a lot that came up, but I can't share it tonight. But okay, Cooley High, Java Watson, all of yours that have to y'all hung out like champs. Y'all hung out like champs. Here we are approaching 4 hours again. I said I wasn't gonna do that. But anyway, yeah, there's so much I want to share with y'all, but I'll do it on another day. Y'all got the gist of it though. Like y'all got all that you need in terms of information for how to prepare for the new moon tomorrow. So if you can, 3 or more people, speak whatever you're going to speak out loud. You all have, most of you have. If you don't, you can email me. Most of you have the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence Conspiracy, which I read at the top of this live. If you need it, let me know. And this is our logo, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. That's our logo, right? Oh, also, you know what? Visit my Etsy page. If you want to support that way, buy something off my Etsy channel. My Etsy page is Daughter of the Fates. So all you got to do is go into Etsy.com and then put in the search engine Daughter of the Fates. There I am. So and my Etsy what do you call it? Website is just Daughter of the Fates, DaughterOfTheFates.com. Wait a minute. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy. Fuck. I'll look it up. Shit, I forget. Anyway, but yeah, go to Etsy.com, put Daughter of the Fates in, buy something awesome. That's another way that you can support as I'm attempting to raise last month's rent so these people don't put me out. Let's see. Yeah, this is it. So my suggestion is, if you want to keep it simple, it's about the intention. You know what I'm saying? I don't be telling people to be spending no whole bunches and bunches of money doing ceremony. We are the ceremony. We are the ritual. We are the mother's wheel made real. Yes, symbols and demonstrations are good and they are helpful. What's important in this moment, especially if you're new in the process of like conducting ritual, is you do need an outward thing to focus on sometimes, until you get to a certain place. You feel me? These things are helpful. You know, y'all sitting here looking at my altar behind me, at one of my altars. I've got four. I got four. You feel me? They're helpful to be able to see physical manifestations of this energy that exists in you. So, but I would say for tonight, I would say keep it simple and keep it powerful. If you need the conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, or the other conspiracy I read that was entitled calling back our power through all timelines. That's the one I'm gonna be meditating on tonight. There's so much evil in the world. Where do you start? Where's the origin? Where's the seed? But if you calling back your power through all timelines, and you are binding all malevolent forces through those same timelines, this might be the thing that we're talking about when we talk about casting the miasm. Remember I telling y'all about casting the miasm and how it would whoosh, go through the whole earth, just like that make-believe angel of death went through all of Egypt in a fell swoop, and at the same time all the firstborn children of Egypt died. Well, can we cast this opposition? You feel me? So that's what I'm gonna be meditating on. That's what I'm gonna be visualizing, is as I am speaking my ashe out into the world, that it is going out in every direction, in every dimension, and in every time zone, righting every wrong, binding every malevolent force, and empowering and emboldening all the mother's children. All the mother's children. It's exercising the demon of patriarchy from the consciousness in the heart of every human being. That's what I'm visualizing. I'm visualizing that in reciting this goddamn conspiracy tonight on this most powerful day, you feel me? That at the time that I'm speaking this most powerful conspiracy, that I am casting a galactic web, a web that emanates throughout all time and all space instantaneously. That's what you should be meditating on. And while I'm doing that, again, I'm gonna be taking my little knife and carving some very strategic names. And I will be calling on you to do the same thing. Write the names, remember the names, and then over the next week, look for evidence that your conspiracy has worked. Write the names. If you are one of those portal carrying humans that saves your moon blood, douse that candle and let it dry. After you've written them names, cover them names in your moon blood. Let that joint dry. And once that blood dries, light that thing on fire. If you have a 7-day candle and that's all you have, take a red marker and write the names on your 7-day candle and light that joint ablaze and let it burn until it burns out. While you say the incantation, while you speak the spell, while you say the conspiracy, that is, I call our power back through all time, through all space. I call our power back. I call the mother's power back through all time and through all space. Let me write that down. I call the mother's power back, because mommy and I are one. Well, I'm calling back the mother's power. I'm calling back my power. Yes, I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna make that adjustment. You feel me? So that's simple but profound, especially if we are saying it together, even if we are not in the same space. That I know there's 100 motherfuckers, you understand, saying the same thing at the same time. So I will go ahead and type that out. Hit me up at EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. I'll go ahead and type it out. And if you email me right now, because I ain't staying up all night, I'm tired. I just talked to y'all for 4 hours. If you email me right now at EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com, I will send you that conspiracy. I will email it to you tonight. I call on you. This is work. I call on you to make a donation, a contribution, no matter how small. It will be greatly appreciated. But as I'm doing this shit and I'm doing these damn lives and this damn study, I am still in an actual situation that I have to resolve in real time. Okay, so just whatever you can do. If you want to book a reading, if you want to book a wellness consultation, if you want to book an on-hand session, if you're local, if you want to buy jewelry from my jewelry store, please support in any way you can, because I have to pull a miracle off in just a few days. Okay, so that being said, make sure you email me right away. I'm gonna go ahead right now as soon as we get off this call and type up that second conspiracy and email it out, because I'm gonna try to get some sleep before I have to be up at 4:36 a.m. or a little bit before, so I can do my ceremony, so I can do my ritual. Right? So I'm doing it at the peak. Y'all don't have to, because we'll be doing a ceremony up at Griffith Observatory later on today. So we'll be doing, because the new moon is still, the energy of the new moon is still 24 hours from its peak time. So from 4:36 a.m. to the next 4:36 a.m. And I'm going to do it at the peak tonight. And then I'll be leading a ceremony at Griffith Observatory tomorrow at 6:30. And but if you can, where you are, try to do it at the peak. And then, again, later in the day, if you want to. This is what I'm going to be meditating on all day. Yeah, and I think that's all I got for y'all. This was fun, though. That little show out moment that the mother had working through this the chakra thing and the serpent and the fish thing. That shit was deep. I really have to organize that better and well. But that was a fucking breakthrough. Yeah, Griffith Observatory here in Los Angeles, up on the mountain. Yeah, so email me, and it'll take me a few minutes, but I'm gonna go ahead and type that out now. All right. It is as we say, Mommy and I are one. No, not 6:30 a.m. Java Watson. Not 6:30 a.m. 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. at Griffith Observatory. 6:30 p.m. at Griffith Observatory. Okay. The peak here in LA for the new moon is 4:36 a.m. So I'll do that portion of the ceremony at home by myself, but then me and a bunch of people are going to be meeting at Griffith Observatory at 6:30 tomorrow evening. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna get to typing. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for hanging out, staying the whole time. Those of you who did, y'all are so gangster. Y'all are so gangster. And I don't think tomorrow's Wednesday. I appreciate y'all. Y'all stay gassing me up. I don't think I'm gonna do a live tomorrow. I've done for damn near 5 days straight, really deep, long ass lives. I think tomorrow and Thursday I'm taking off, but I'll be back this weekend, because this weekend is our regularly scheduled temple service. So I'll be giving y'all some updates on what that's going to look like. Saturday is typically our temple service at 9 p.m. So I'll keep y'all updated on what that's going to look like. But right now I'm going to say good night. Good night to those of you who joined on IG. Peace.